for the mind of North America will be fought in the video arena.
As loudly and as fervently as you can. Are you ready?
Hold on a second, I'm going to go back.
Okay. Now, come on. Come on now. You guys, this is your moment. Okay. Who wants independence? Right on. Louder!
We're happy to have her here at the Whistle Stop Cafe as part of her Western Canada tour. Please welcome Christine Anderson. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here. My name's Joel Mullen. I'll be your first speaker this morning, and we'll MC for a little while after that. So you may be wondering who I am. I'll give you the short version. I'm a veteran of the Royal Canadian Navy. Came back to Alberta in 2015. And unfortunately, I brought the hippies from the coast with me, because that's when Rachel Notley won the election. It was a few months after I got back from BC. So, sorry about that, but that got me into politics. We have a wonderful province here, and watching the NDP try to destroy it was absolutely infuriating. So when Jason Kenney announced his intention to unite the right, I signed on. I worked on his first leadership, then the United. Test. Good. Sorry, then worked on the Unite the Right campaign, then the second leadership. Mistakes were made. Apologize for that. Then I became Vice President Policy and Bylaw of the United Conservative Party, where I strove to create a process that was as open to the members as could be possible. Something fair, open, democratic, and that really allowed the grassroots to express their will within the party. And I think we did pretty well at that. Then, of course, COVID rolled in. And for the first while, we were like everybody else who didn't know what was going on, kind of gave the government some slack because nobody really understood what it was. But as time went on, it became apparent that the government was doing nothing but overreacting and overreaching. When they rolled out, well, vaccine passports for me was where it tipped. Because up to that point, I didn't like some of the things I was seeing, but I hung on. And, at a board meeting around the start of September of 2021, I asked Jason Kenney, I said, listen, you've got to be under enormous pressure here to bring in vaccine passports. Will you be able to hold out? He said, absolutely. They will never happen as long as I am Premier. They are immoral, they are illegal, and I will not do it. A couple weeks later, I'm watching the news, and he announces vaccine passports, and I hit the roof. Took a couple days for my wife to scrape me off the ceiling, and when I did, I sent an email to the board demanding an immediate leadership review. I also forwarded that email to the Western Standard. Well, the rest of the board decided that was compromising board confidentiality. Even though I was saying what I brought to the board, I didn't put any of the board's responses in the email I sent to the Western Standard. But they had their kangaroo court and they threw me off, which suited me fine, because at least I wasn't going to be associated with this draconian move that was frankly the most undemocratic thing I have seen in my lifetime in this country. From there, I went on to the campaign to remove Jason Kenney. Thank you. Well, I helped put him in, so the least I could do was help get rid of him. So I traveled around the province speaking against him up till the AGM, and then I moved over to Danielle Smith's leadership campaign and continued traveling the province with that. And I've been very, very fortunate to have seen so much of Alberta on these campaigns. It's absolutely incredible. It's such a wonderful province. And all these little communities that, you just wouldn't go to normally. I've had the privilege of being to, from Milk River all the way up to Wabaska, for example, right in the middle of nowhere. It's been wonderful. So why are we here? Well, we're here because this country is a bloody mess. The problem is its very foundation. No pipelines is a problem. Transfer payments are a problem. But the foundation of the country, the constitutional makeup of this country, is the real problem. For example, representation in the House of Commons. Due to the Constitution, Prince Edward Island gets 4 MPs. That works out to approximately 1 MP for every 45,000 people. Alberta gets 1 MP for every 134,000 people. The vote of an individual in PEI is worth 3.5 times the vote of an individual in Alberta. How can we have a country with that kind of foundation? You've got Newfoundland that has 1 MP for every 78,000 people. New Brunswick, 1 MP for every 86,000 people. Nova Scotia, 1 for every 98,000. And we're stuck with 1 for every 134,000 people. They don't want us to participate. And then if we look at the Senate, it gets even worse. The Senate is divided into regions. You have the Maritimes, Quebec, Ontario, the West, and then Newfoundland was added on later as something of an afterthought. The regional makeup is 24 senators per region. So there are 24 senators from the Maritimes, 10 of them from Nova Scotia, 10 of them from New Brunswick, and 4 of them from Prince Edward Island. Meanwhile, Alberta, as part of the Western region, gets 6. Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, and British Columbia each get 6. We get 6, while Quebec, having less than the population of Alberta and BC combined, gets 24. Ontario has 24. Nova Scotia, with a population less than metropolitan Edmonton, has 10. They don't want us to have a voice. This is how the country is built. And this political foundation of the country is more important, I believe, than issues such as pipelines or transfer payments. Because this structure guarantees that Alberta is nothing more than a colony of the East. All the hippies right now are talking about decolonization. Well, we need to decolonize Alberta. This cannot be allowed to stand. Aside from the political structure of the country, there are, of course, other issues. We have, over the last 10 years, we've had some absolutely insane laws passed in Ottawa, such as the West Coast tanker ban. It's an embargo against Alberta getting its product to international markets. And they've said it's for environmental reasons. Well, the problem is they haven't done a tanker ban on the East Coast because the East Coast imports their oil from overseas. It's interesting, though, because on the East Coast you have, and around the entrance to the Bay of Fundy, you have the northern right whale population. There's only about 200 left. If this was about the environment, wouldn't there be a tanker ban there? If this were about the environment, wouldn't we be worried about the beluga whale population in the Gulf of St. Lawrence? Well, we're not. Instead, we're worried about the BC, where none of these animals are endangered. Then there's the No More Pipelines bill. There's nothing but an out-and-out embargo on our product. You know, if Alberta was an independent country, we would have greater rights to tidewater access than we do as part of Canada. A landlocked country is allowed access to tidewater under the United Nations Convention of Laws of the Sea. It's black and white. If you cut a country off from tidewater access, it would be considered an act of war. But since we're part of Canada and this is Canadian federal policy, we're stuck. It's absolutely mind-boggling that as a landlocked province, we have fewer rights than if we were a landlocked country. They've got their hand across our neck. Then, of course, there's transfer payments. Quebec, for example, getting $13.6 billion of our money each year. But Quebec bans fracking. They won't exploit their own resources and help themselves. But they damned well will take our money, whether it's raised from fracking or not. They have absolutely no conscience where it comes from when it comes from us. It's only when, oh, we don't want that in our backyard, but we'll still take the money. Nova Scotia had banned fracking too. They get $3.5 billion a year. It's an outrage. So, what's next? Well, there's a lot of talk about a referendum. And I believe that that has to happen. But I think there's something that has to happen before it. Because if we rush into it, we're going to lose. We need time to build momentum. To do so, I think we need to take a deep breath and demand a constitutional conference. A constitutional conference between provinces to see if we can resolve these issues. And in the meantime, we can carry on campaigning, talking to our neighbors, to our friends, to our co-workers, and helping them understand just what a terrible position Canada has put Alberta in. If we have that constitutional conference and things aren't resolved, with a referendum scheduled after it, it will give us momentum that we need. If it fails to fix the country, it will help us get over that top. So I encourage you to reach out to your local MLA and demand that we force a constitutional conference. Other provinces would likely want to join in as well. Certainly Saskatchewan wants to. Despite British Columbia's current leadership, they may well want to as well. So, this constitutional conference, like I say, will clear the air one way or the other. We either fix this country and stop having it centered in Ontario and Quebec, with all the West as nothing more than a colony to feed Ontario and Quebec, or it won't fix it. And we can go into the polls for a referendum knowing that we tried, knowing that they just don't care. And I don't believe they do. But the thing is, right now, we have outstanding support in rural Alberta for independence. But that support fades off pretty quickly when you go into Calgary. And it's virtually non-existent in Edmonton. I'd put it to you that Edmonton is probably a write-off. This thing's going to be won or lost in Calgary, along lines of the last provincial election. So if you know somebody in Calgary, lean on them. Lean on them. Because really, it's not going to be those up here on the stage today who make this happen. It's going to be you. It's down to you, the individual, the private citizen, the voter, that's going to make this happen. You need to lobby for the Constitutional Conference. You need to talk to your friends, your family, your co-workers. You need to make them understand just how bad things are, how Alberta is a colony that only gets one MP for every 134,000 people, how Alberta only gets 6 senators. You need to ram this home, because that's how we win it. It's going to be word of mouth. It's going to be at kitchen tables. So, I will conclude with here. And again, I do encourage you to reach out to your MLAs, demand that constitutional conference. And when the time is right, we can go for the referendum, which should be scheduled shortly. So thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it. Now I'm going to introduce Gord Tulk. Gord is going to speak to you from Libertas, Alberta, and he's going to talk more about the Constitutional Conference. So thank you very, very much, and have a great day.
Do we have time for questions or not? Just one question. Just one question.
Oh, sorry, I'm trying to run away here, and yes, there are questions. Go ahead.
Okay.
We're wanting to know why we're waiting till 2026 for a referendum. Is there a shorter timeline?
It would be virtually impossible to do it faster than that. The process enforcing the referendum will certainly take the rest of the year. Then it depends when the provincial government schedules it. But we don't want to go too quickly. Like I say, if we go quickly, we lose. And then we've lost it for a generation. It's been, 30 years now since Quebec lost their last referendum. If we go too early, we blow it. Is that it? All right. Thanks so much. Here's Gord.
Thanks, Joel. I've known Joel. I was on the PPGC committee, which was working on policy and governance with Joel. Massive admiration for his passions of all kinds, especially as pertains to Alberta and Canada, and its relationship with Canada, I should say. A couple quick things about myself and Libertas Alberta. I'm a co-founder of Libertas Alberta. We work on policy initiatives. Just trying to get my screen up here. It's so bright. There we go. Policy initiatives like healthcare reform, equalization reform, Senate reform, et cetera, et cetera. I have a lovely PowerPoint on what I'm going to talk about, but there's no bloody way in all God's green earth you'd ever see it today. And I'm a little bit more restricted on time, so I'll stick to the high points or low points depending on your perspective.
Sorry to interrupt.
Sure.
If there's any cars in the area behind us, they need to leave now because it's obstructing the Gord that they need to leave. Just they need to get the cars out of behind the scenes all the way to the gas pump.
Okay. So where do we begin? And I'm just kind of struck a little bit. I'm born and raised in Newfoundland, lived in 4 provinces, and I can say when I was 15 years old, it wasn't in my imaginings that I'd be standing in beautiful rural Alberta watching the canola start to come into blossom on July the 1st, which in Newfoundland, for those who don't know, is a Memorial Day, the first day of the Somme when, frankly, the country of Newfoundland died on the fields of Beaumont-Hamel. And I'm sitting here talking to Albertans about the future, and that's an amazing thing. So to start with, first off, just to let you know where I am on the issue of independence and sovereignty association, I'll elaborate more on that, is I kind of follow the same lead as Lauren Gunter, the writer for National Post. I'm in favor of independence if necessary. But I don't think we've done our due diligence as a population in Alberta or Canada, for that matter, to address the issues that are at the core of why we're meeting here today. And I want to give a little bit of a metaphor about what I'm talking about. There's a very well-known author, David Brooks. He's with the American Enterprise Institute in the United States. And he cites a study in one of his books about the roots of divorce and relationships. And over 50 or 60 years, they studied literally tens of thousands of couples literally sometimes from the minute when they met when they were teenagers, and followed them and interviewed them over the years, watched how they interacted with one another, and observed that, and then looked at what the outcome was. Did they end in divorce, separation, or did they stay married for lifelong? And with a very high degree of predictability after all this research, they could tell very early on whether that relationship was going to end. And it wasn't because they hated one another. It wasn't because they did, fall out of love, any of that stuff. The key determinant was when one or both of the parties treated the other with contempt. Even small things like how the dishwasher's loaded. If they're spoken to in a very harsh, contemptible, towards that person, that relationship was doomed unless they realized that and came to terms. Now, my rhetorical question to you today is, does the rest of Canada treat Alberta with contempt? I think that's pretty obvious. Now, the thing about contempt is, what happens with contempt? Is when you're treated with contempt, you throw it back at them. And I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people in this audience, and as far as I can drive today, who also can treat the rest of Canada with contempt. So don't think you're somehow blameless in all this. It gets accelerated. But I think that the first cut, if you will, was the contempt from the rest of Canada towards Alberta. Further on to Joel's comments about the referendum, I'm an insurance guy, okay? I do thousands of meetings over the years trying to, quote unquote, sell somebody on becoming their manager of their money, manager of their insurance. A referendum at core is a sale, okay? If I walked up to you and said, hey, I'm an insurance guy, give me all your money, let me manage it. Are you going to give it to me right away? Not a bloody chance. I sure wouldn't do it. I have to sit down with you patiently and explain the options and the reasons and the causes of why you should move your money. And if we're going to win this referendum, if you're going to have that independence referendum that I'm sure most of you people want, you have to make that sale. And I'm here to tell you, as Joel does, and I think many others do, and probably a lot of people here, that sale hasn't been made. We haven't made the effort to explain what it is we're trying to do. And frankly, if you walked into people want a ballot this year, vote this year, what are you voting on? You have no bloody idea. You have no idea what the rest of Canada is prepared to give. You have no idea what it is we're voting towards. Quebec, the government of Quebec, back before the last referendum, had a committee spent months coming up and determining what it is they were actually going to do if the referendum voted for sovereignty association. I see on the front here, sovereignty now. Sovereignty is not independence. Sovereignty is something else, right? So we need to slow down and win. Lucien Bouchard, the devil that he was, wisely said, you only have a referendum when the winning conditions exist. And flat out, the winning conditions do not exist. You are deluding yourself if you think otherwise. So in terms of doing due diligence, Joel brought it up. It's something I've thought for a long, long time we needed to have. And that is, we need to have what's called a constitutional convention. Now, for those who aren't familiar with the Canadian Constitution, I pity those who do, because it's a unbelievably badly done document. The the province of Alberta has the right to ask for a constitutional convention with the rest of the other provinces and the federal government to discuss changes to that constitution. Now, just because this is good fodder for this audience, so one of the big problems with the Canadian Constitution is it's geographically linked to physical geography. So Quebec, the great constitutions of the world, the U.S. Constitution being one of them, nowhere in that document does it mention physical geography. It doesn't say New York State. It doesn't say Pennsylvania State. You literally could put the Constitution of the United States, drop it on Mars, and it's a functional document if you need it to be. Compare that to the Canadian Constitution brought in 82. It mentions Quebec specifically 171 times. Okay? It only mentions property rights 7 times, and it only pertains to provincial property, the province's property. No mention of personal individual property. That's just a couple of small things that we could talk about. But regardless of where you are on this spectrum, and there's 4 choices. I think a lot of people don't understand that there actually are 4 options out there being discussed. The first one, of course, is staying in Canada. The next one is sovereignty association, soft sovereignty association, which frankly is what the current government seems to be wanting and has talked about. And what that means is sovereignty association, where the rest of Canada, being deciding that they've been bad to us, decides to say, okay, you get your pipelines, we'll do something about equalization, we'll promise, but no written down, just a promise, if you will. So that's soft sovereignty association, to use a term. The next one is sovereignty association that's actually constitutional, where we're still part of Canada, but we're not the same as any other province. We have more domains of influence. Maybe we're not part of the equalization calculation and other things. Much of what Quebec was looking for years ago was a sovereignty association, where they had powers over things like immigration, which currently are federal jurisdiction. So that's sovereignty association by a constitutional change. And that's why whoever did this banner needs to, are you for independence or are you for sovereignty? There's a difference. There's two different things here. And then, of course, the fourth one, which I think most people in this audience are most interested in doing, and that's independence, where Alberta becomes independent, leaves Confederation completely, and goes from there. Now, a lot of other people in this audience think, let's just become a state in the United States. I'm going to be blunt here right now. There's absolutely no chance that's happening right away. What's far more likely is a commitment from the U.S. government, which also happened in the Newfoundland referendum years and years ago, where the U.S. government had essentially said, if you become an independent nation, we are prepared to automatically enter into an economic union, where we have free trade across the borders, where we share currencies, etc. That's the best you can hope for if you're somebody who wants to see U.S. Some kind of union with the U.S. right away. If even then the next step is not statehood, the next step is a status similar to what Puerto Rico has, that's 10 to 15 years at a minimum, and then maybe statehood at that point. So get that straight. That's if you think we're just going to rush hell-bent in the United States, it ain't happening. That's a non-starter, the statehood part. But the reason for a constitutional convention, and the reason I think, regardless of where you are, which of those four choices you prefer, the conducting of a constitutional convention, and maybe I should elaborate on what that looks like. A constitutional convention needs to be announced probably 6 to 8 months in advance of it actually happening. It needs to be a 3 to 4 month process where the provinces meet in a location and we hash it out, word for word, comma, colon, all of it. All the things, all the needs and wants Alberta has, certainly Quebec has its needs and wants, and we sit down and we hack it out. Now, for those of you who are into US American history, there's a great book called The Miracle in Philadelphia, and that's about how the United States Constitution was created and how the United States was created. And that was through a constitutional convention that ran from May to September in 1787. So we're not reinventing the wheel here. This is the process. And frankly, Canada has never done it. Alberta has never even asked for one. So for us to run off and have a referendum when we haven't done our due diligence seems ridiculous to me. So for those who want to remain, a constitutional convention happens and Alberta gets what it needs and what it wants, and we have a referendum on it. Chances are the referendum fails. In fact, the referendum are probably more like the Charlottetown Accord. Remember that? You guys probably, quite a few guys voted on the Charlottetown Convention, or Accord, sorry. And that was, if you had voted in favor, and thank goodness we didn't, then that would have been the new Constitution. So if you're in favor of staying in Canada, a successful constitutional convention probably makes that happen. And I think a lot of the people in this audience probably would vote for it because there's a lot of needs and wants. Second group, the soft sovereignty people, I guess they're imaginings it would work great because even if it fails, it's going to scare the bejesus, sorry to swear, out of the rest of Canada. And they start to do what they would. What happened in Quebec after the first sovereignty referendum, and in the second one, the rest of Canada threw money at it, threw our money at it. Okay, and the calculation, some of the people in Alberta who want soft sovereignty, is the opposite will happen. They expect that, hey, if Canada thinks we're actually serious about leaving, they'll throw money and bribe us to stay, or they'll make the changes we want without any constitutional requirements. And those who want constitutional sovereignty association after a constitutional convention, that might actually be the result, is an agreement where Alberta now has a sovereignty association with Canada, not provincehood. And of course, the fourth one, as Joel elaborated on, we have a constitutional convention. I guarantee some very, very harsh words are going to be exchanged in that event, both inside and outside. We've already seen some of the Looney Tunes in Eastern Canada disparaging our interests in asserting our desires and wants and needs, and saying, poo-pooing us having independence and how disloyal we are and traitorous we are and all that nonsense. But if we have a constitutional convention, those hard things get said, and we end up at the end of the day without a constitutional agreement, well, there's your mandate. You have a referendum after that. We know that the rest of Canada is not going to give us what we need. I think we win. When I talk about winning conditions, I'm not talking 50% plus one person. This needs to be 60-65. And if we have a constitution that fails, go and look up the Charlottetown Accord. See where the vote was on that. It was, I think, if I'm not wrong, Alberta had the highest no vote in the country. So once Alberta knows that this is as best we're going to get from these guys, we're out of here. Alberta wants to be the best. So I'm just I don't want to waste any more time, or not waste. I hope this isn't a waste of time. But there's four things I think in needs and wants, and I'll put the PowerPoint up on Libertas Alberta. There's a whole list of things we want, but I think there's four for sure we can all agree on in this room that we have to have. The very, very first one, and frankly, if we don't get this, forget it, we're out the door. Just like the United States, it was going to fall apart if they didn't get what they got. And what that has to be is an equal and effective Senate. Every province has to have the same number of senators, and we have to have the power to stop anything that the majority population representation, which is the House of Commons, they can't foist it on us. The United States came this close. Benjamin Franklin blocked the exit and argued with the larger states that this whole revolution we went through was going to fail if the larger states didn't allow equal representation amongst the smaller states. Interesting enough, all the big states now, most of them are small states. Were small states then, now they're big, and vice versa. So things can change. We have to have that, number one. And I think if Alberta is seen as being serious, as is Saskatchewan and others, that's a biggie. We have to do this right away, too, by the way. Sorry, jumping around a little bit, but there are already, as we understand, 4 provinces in negotiations about calling for a constitutional convention: Alberta, Saskatchewan, Quebec. They desperately want to have one because they're deeply concerned about immigration issues, and Nova Scotia, which is very interested in getting offshore rights back on the table. That's 4. But the other 3 provinces don't have a referendum anywhere on the calendar, whereas we do. So we can't wait around till they committee themselves into agreeing to call for one. I think we'd call for one tomorrow if we could. If Danielle got up today on Alberta Day and said we need a constitutional convention, that sets the gears in motion. We take the initiative and we get to some kind of resolution on the Constitution, whether it can be fixed or not. Getting back to my points, second point is equality for all Canadians. I didn't love it, but I laughed at Justin Trudeau when he talked about the United States having institutionalized racism, as if Canada didn't have it. And I look over and I say, your dad refused to get rid of something called the Indian Act. We have institutionalized racism. It's right in their books. We need to end that. All Canadians should be equal in every respect. And that's not in our Constitution, by the way. Provincial jurisdiction. I'm almost done. We got questions? Okay, cool. That's all I need is me having time to talk. So, where am I? Sorry. Another big thing, and I think you'd agree, right now the hottest button issues with the rest of Canada, where Canada truly seems to be treating us with contempt, is in areas where the federal government...
Just a question.
Yeah.
So we have a question here. How do we go about making sure that a constitutional convention occurs That's question one. So I will just repeat the question because it's kind of formatted. How do we go about making sure a constitutional convention occurs? That's question number one.
Okay. My answer is we have the constitutional right to ask for it. It's in the Constitution. Now, if the rest of Canada refuses to meet, we have our answer, don't we? Right?
The second question is, how do we ask Daniel Smith to do this?
Well, as Joel talked about, he's over there. The most effective way is get out a Word document, type out a letter asking, telling that Danielle in your own words, don't just clip it off of something. Don't let AI write it. In your own words, that you think it's in the best interest of Albertans and, frankly, for Canadians, that we have a constitutional convention. If she saw 5,000 of those letters in the next 2 weeks, I guarantee you she'd be talking about it. Okay?
And just to expand on that note, those guys were in Barhead, I think 2-3 weeks ago, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay, 2-3 weeks ago they were there, and Joel was specifically talking about delivering mails to the premier, not just phone calls. Phone calls are systematically ignored. So are emails. So the only thing that will actually going to get an answer, a positive answer, or something that will move forward, is to actually send a physical mail, not emails. Phone calls are useless. Mail.
Water.
And it's also on the Freedom Canada's YouTube channel as well, and all social media, and the clips as well too.
Okay. So can you hear me now? Oh, okay, cool. Sorry, I just had to get some water there. So the biggest touch points, the ones that get people's ire up, and frankly, this isn't the first time it's happened, and it's continuing to happen every day, and that is the federal government interfering in areas of provincial jurisdiction. Healthcare is provincial jurisdiction. The Canada Health Act is basically a bribe scheme. If we want money from the federal government, and because of the tax systems and whatnot, we don't get that money unless we live by their rules on healthcare. That's completely unconstitutional if we really pushed it. Another thing about another area, daycare. Government, federal money for daycare. So what does that do? What's already happening? The provinces that are taking it are now seeing that there are requirements the federal government's putting on how you run your daycare. How many stairs you have, how many handrails you have to have, sanitation, all those things coming down from the federal government if you want to be eligible for the subsidy on daycare. I have no doubt in the fullness of time, you're going to have unionized workers in your daycare, and on it goes. Pipelines, obviously. Canada was created as a logistics agreement. It was, in a minute, I'll take questions in a sec. Let me finish first. It was, the whole idea was we wanted to build an east-west corridor to get our products to market. And we have literally a federal government that has the constitutional duty to do that and is choosing not to, and we have no recourse to force them to. That needs to be in our Constitution. And another one, I'm sure that's a big one for a lot of people here, and rightly so, and it is property rights. We have no property rights in this country. I have no doubt if Alberta was to become an independent entity, that would probably be, if not the first, one of the first things that we would enshrine, that you have the right to your property and the right to use it as you see fit. So that's a huge thing too. So I'll take some questions and back and forth, but I got a couple things I want to kind of, I don't know, speak from the heart. That's stupid, but whatever. Yep. What'd you need, buddy?
All right, sorry to interrupt, but anyone who's parked here in the middle, we got to have access to the pumps. We need those cars moved. We got a food truck here, looks like he wants to get through as well. So we need to rework this somehow, get the cars out of there and give access to the pumps and let that truck through. Thanks.
My guess is they're over there. They're all over in the tents. I'd go in there. So, okay. Public announcements, lots of stuff going on here. So, we owe it to our fellow Albertans, not just the people alive today, but the people who are going to be born here in the future. And almost as importantly, we owe it to the Albertans of the past. If we're going to go towards independence or make that decision, which is as big a decision as we might ever see for the next 100 to 1,000 years in this area, we need to do our due diligence. We need to do this in a sane and forthright manner. If you lose the referendum, the federal government, I don't think, is going to throw money at us. They're not going to come whimpering to us. I look at it as, getting back to my divorce analogy, I look at us as being the battered spouse who's leaving the house, and just before they walk out the door, they decide they can't leave, and they turn back in. Well, sadly, I have no pity for that person. I have no pity for that province, because the federal government is going to do everything in its power when they know that a referendum cannot be won for the next 30 years at best, that they will do everything to defenestrate the power that is Alberta, to eviscerate its economic might, to make it a more divided and weaker entity. Losing the referendum, we lose more than just that referendum. We probably lose any chance of ever seeing Alberta reach its fullest capacity. And that's why I say we owe it to the people who are going to be ahead of us, who aren't born yet, but also to the people who fought and died for this province and this country and built what we're standing in here today. We owe it to them to do the right job, do our fullest to our fullest extent, get the rest of Canada to sit down, make up their minds, and then go forward. So one last thing, because I sit here on for me it's a Memorial Day as a Newfoundlander. For some people in this country it's a Canada Day. For other people it's an Alberta Day. And for a lot of people in this country it's just a good holiday. And that's a sad thing, frankly. And you get these people, and you'll hear it all day today especially, and I heard it all during the elbows up nonsense, that we're somehow a great country. And I think that we suck. I think we're a global disappointment. We have been blessed more than any other nation on earth, with untold natural wealth, with peace, with law and order, with a society that generally doesn't have history of slavery or all these other turmoils. We're not perfect by any means. But we united and under a well-designed constitution that allows us to reach our fullest potential. We shouldn't be just one of many countries. We should head and shoulders be the greatest country on earth. On a per capita basis, we should be the wealthiest, we should be the freest, we should have a military that swings far beyond its pound for pound weight, and we're respected in the world, and I want us to have a constitution that the rest of the world studies and wants to make theirs and wants to be us. And frankly, this smugness that I see in most of Canadians, oh, we're great, aren't we great? We got hockey. Oh, Austin Powers was done by a Canadian. All this nonsense. Let's get real here. Let's be realistic. We are failing as a country. This is happening. This is a sign of impending failure. We're seeing contempt being exchanged across the country. This needs to be better. We can do better. Albertans do not settle for second best. And we're either going to get the best with the rest of Canada or we're going to get the best on our own. That's how I look at it. Thank you. Questions? I'm here to mark time.
The questions that was raised by the audience is how to make sure that we don't split the vote within Conservatives.
Well, personally, when I look at the idea of independence, there are people, not a lot, but there are a lot of people on the left who would like to see Alberta outside of Canada. There are a lot of people in the center who want to be outside of Canada. This should not be a political spectrum thing. This is either in or out of Canada. When they had the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia, there were people from every spectrum politically in that room. And they got together and they built the greatest constitution on earth today that operates. It's full of flaws, and I think we can take a lot from the U.S. Constitution and make it even better. So getting back to your question, which I forget now.
Is how do we
not split the vote? I think that, I know Mr. Davies is going to be here. I think the Republican Party of Alberta is, quote, unquote, idiotic. Frankly, what I'd rather see, if somebody wants to create an independence party that has in its mandate, in its charter, our only goal is to get enough support to become independent, and the moment Alberta becomes independent, the party evaporates. And then you have regular political processes happen after that. I'm totally cool with that. But to go around and have both the desire to be an independent entity as well as have we want low tax, this, that, and the other, once we're independent, we'll decide those things. That's how you do it. If you're just going to alienate people, and I think there are a lot of people in Edmonton, if you make the case, hey, if you believe in big social programs and all that kind of stuff, well, if Alberta is on its own, it's going to be a hell of a lot wealthier, and it can afford that social safety net, right? So don't be trying to say, oh, you're a lefty, therefore you're not interested in independence. I think you're wrong on that. I really do. I think that they see them getting if you explain to them that equalization is taking money away from their social programs.
I got another question here. How did Quebec just... sorry, I'm just misspelling here. How did Quebec just seceded from the crown? The crown? Is that spelling error? How did Quebec just succeed from the crown?
I'm not sure that it has. I'd like to hear some more explanation on that. Yeah, I need to know more about that. In terms of constitutional change, by the way, it requires 50% of the population and 7 of the provinces. In 1982, 9 provinces voted to create the new constitution. And obviously for those who are old enough to remember, and I'm looking at this audience, and most of you do, Quebec did not sign on the Constitution and is still not signed on the Constitution. Frankly, I think that was a terrible mistake, simply because, if nothing else, Quebec was a keystone province. It was one of the original provinces, along with Ontario, that made it happen. But in terms of constitutional, beyond that, and the biggest pushback, I get 2 types of pushback. One is, you have a constitutional convention that's going to fail. I go, yeah, okay, cool. You should be cheering for it. Clearly you want to be independent. You should be pushing for it. Let's get it. Let's make it happen. Let's make it fail. And off we go. But they can't guarantee that, nor can I guarantee the other outcome. But one of the big sticking points, and they've got I think a good point, is right now if we had equal representation among the provinces, and we do, as Joel pointed out, PEI has 4 Senate seats and 4 MPs, and they're the population of Red Deer plus Sylvan Lake and Innisfail. And they have as much power almost as we do. So there is, at some point we have to have a discussion, I think, what does it mean to be a province? I think if a province is literally a fraction of a percent, it shouldn't be a province anymore. It should become a territory. On the same side, on the flip side of that, if there's a province that's large and has a significant segment within that province that wishes to become another province, let's say the Greater Toronto area or the island of Montreal wants to become its own province, there should be a mechanism for them to do that, to have a referendum and secede, not secede, but split away. That's one of the big flaws, by the way, at the United States, is that you cannot secede from another. You can't create a state from another state. You can't split a state in 2 unless the state itself agrees to it. So what you're seeing most chronically in 2 places is New York State. Northern New York is a very different place than the island of Manhattan and the 5 boroughs, the other 4 boroughs of New York City. Yet those 5 boroughs of New York City run Northern New York State show. For those of you who probably spend more time in California, I think you'd agree the coast of California is very different than the interior of California. And who's getting abused and treated with contempt in that arrangement? The interior of California is getting run, and they can't leave the rest of California. I think if we do have a new constitution in Canada, we have to have that mechanism. So, what else? Next speaker, if you got one. We're ready? Okay, cool.
Yes.
I apologize. I was told, it said, don't worry, he's late. So keep going. So thank you very much for your time. Hopefully you got something to take away. And Libertas Alberta, I'll have the PowerPoint up on the website probably tomorrow. Thank you.
And as I mentioned, the presentation that Gord and Joel and Shane that was done in Barhead is also online if you want to take a look. I also outlined the slides that I was given by Gord. So when I watch the video, the slides are actually on the left side. So you can actually watch the video, and as he speaks, the slides are going to come over and flipped over to the next slide.
All right, thank you very much, Gord. Our next speaker is Michael Wagner. He's a writer for the Western Standard, so please give him a warm welcome.
Thank you, Joel. So the talk that I'm giving today is called Alberta Must Choose Between the Status Quo or Independence. I mean, most Albertans realize that we are not fairly treated within Canada. Of course, our preference would be for Alberta to be properly treated as an equal partner within Confederation. Indeed, I think the old Reform Party motto of the West wants in is still the true heart's cry of most Albertans. You could easily get a majority of Albertans to support reforming Canada so that Alberta could be fairly treated within this country. That's what people really want. We want to be fairly treated within our own country. Unfortunately, we cannot have what we want. The reform option is not available. For decades, Albertans and other Westerners have tried to get a better deal for the West, but to no avail. There wasn't anything wrong with their approach in trying to reform Canada. They worked hard and did well. And I think the early period of the Reform Party is the truest expression of historic Western sentiment in terms of our relationship with Central Canada. The Reform Party effort was the right thing at the right time. The problem is that while the West wants in, the East does not want us in. That is our problem. That's the reality we have to face. Therefore, in my view, Alberta has only two options: either accept the status quo or pursue independence. To understand this point, it's important to look at Alberta's history. Thank you. To understand this point, it's important to look at Alberta's history over the last few decades. Now, the Prairie provinces have always had grievances with the federal government right from the very beginning, so our place within Canada has had some significant difficulties over the years. Oh, sorry, am I holding this wrong? Okay, sorry. Okay. However, those difficulties over the years did not lead to a movement for independence until a man called Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau came along. Pierre Trudeau wanted to fundamentally change this country by centralizing more power in the federal government and by adopting more socialistic policies for the country. Trudeau did many bad things for Canada. One of the things he did that was bad was to unleash a political and economic attack on Alberta that was unprecedented in Canadian history. The federal government never attacked a province the way it attacked Alberta, and this is important to remember. In 1973, Trudeau's government imposed a federal oil export tax to siphon oil revenues out of Alberta. At about the same time, a war erupted in the Middle East, causing the price of oil to skyrocket. So we should have been able to reap huge rewards from that new price of oil, and we did to some degree, but not as much as we ought to have. As a result of that increase in price of oil, the export tax siphoned huge amounts of money, like billions and billions of dollars, out of Alberta that belonged to Alberta, and it went to the federal government. And those revenues were rightfully ours because natural resources belonged to the province, not to the federal government. Indeed, Peter Lougheed, our premier at the time, called the export tax on oil, quote, the biggest ripoff of any province that's ever occurred in Confederation's history, unquote. So throughout the 1970s, Lougheed fought for Alberta to get a better deal for its oil. Despite Lougheed's best efforts, of course, things got much worse when Pierre Trudeau brought in the National Energy Program in October of 1980. The NEP devastated Alberta's economy, destroying businesses, destroying jobs, and devastating the lives of thousands of people. And you can still find people today who can talk about how, their dad lost his job or their family lost their house because of the National Energy Program, which was a deliberate attack by the federal government against Alberta. Now, two of the Liberals' stated reasons for adopting the National Energy Program were to achieve greater energy self-sufficiency for Canada and to help Canadianize the industry because they thought there was too much American ownership. That's what they stated at the time. But those publicly stated reasons we know were false because years later, former Energy Minister Marc Lalonde, who was the Energy Minister at the time of the National Energy Program, he later admitted years later that those weren't the real reasons. And this is what he said, quote, the major factor behind the NEP wasn't Canadianization or getting more from the industry or even self-sufficiency. The determinant factor was the fiscal imbalance between the provinces and the federal government. Our proposal was to increase Ottawa's share appreciably so that the share of the producing provinces would decline significantly and the industry's share would decline somewhat. So that is the real purpose of the NEP, was for the federal government to confiscate much of Alberta's oil wealth. Let me repeat, this sort of attack by the federal government on one particular province is unprecedented in Canadian history. Now, the pent-up anger towards Trudeau's attacks on Alberta would subsequently contribute to the rise of the Reform Party of Canada, although the actual incident that sparked the creation of that party was caused by Brian Mulroney's government. In 1986, Canada had recently purchased the CF-18 fighter jets, and there was a very large government contract to maintain those fighter jets. There was only 2 cities in Canada with the facilities to maintain those jets, Winnipeg and Montreal, and the government held a competition to see which of those cities would best maintain the CF-18 fighter jets. Now, according to the government's own criteria, Winnipeg won that contract, and so Mulroney awarded the contract to Montreal, obviously for political reasons. So that led to outrage in Western Canada, and that outrage would ultimately lead to the creation of the Reform Party of Canada. Because when the CF-18 contract was awarded to Quebec, Albertans realized that it didn't matter which party was in power in Ottawa. Unless we reformed the political system in Canada, we would continue to be exploited and ripped off. So the Reform Party of Canada began forming under the leadership of Preston Manning to create a party to advocate for the West getting equal treatment within Canada. Like, it wasn't a party to get the West out of Canada, it was to get equal treatment within Canada. And the best way of doing that was through constitutional changes to give the West a greater voice in the national government. Now, the Reform Party won 52 seats in the 1993 federal election, and they won even more seats in the 1997 election, and yet they were not able to achieve the kind of reforms they wanted. Why not? Because the federal government does not care what kind of reforms Alberta wants for Canada's constitution. Academics Roger Gibbons and Lolene Berdahl explain Central Canada's attitude towards the Reform Party this way. This is 2 professors. This is what their explanation was about the Reform Party. They said, quote, "The Reform Party's clarion call that the West wants in was widely derided outside the West as narrow regionalism, unsuitable to a truly national party. Indeed, the party system has helped to define regional in the case of the West, and the West alone, as somehow antithetical to national. Parties based largely in Ontario and Quebec are self-defined as national, a definition generally accepted by the media and elite political discourse. Parties based largely in the West are defined and defined successfully by their opponents and the media as regional. The West is the only Canadian region earmarked in this fashion, and the only region with interests assumed to be at odds with the national interest, whatever that might be." So that's why the Reform Party was unable to be successful, because in Canada, it's assumed that the West's interests are at odds with the national interest. Now, besides the Reform Party, the West expended considerable efforts trying to achieve Senate reform. Like back in the 1970s, when Alberta was fighting Trudeau over oil pricing and oil control, Peter Lougheed set up a constitutional committee to look at ways that the Constitution could be reformed to improve Canada for Alberta's benefit. Now, one of the members of that committee was Jean Davies, a University of Calgary professor of constitutional law, and Davies convinced the other committee members that the way to reform Canada's constitution would be to change the Senate, so there would be equal number of senators from each province, and the senators would be elected. A reform like that would definitely benefit Western Canada. So because of that, and this is late 1970s, Senate reform became on the agenda in Western Canada, and in particular in Alberta. Then in 1981, the Canada West Foundation published a significant proposal for Senate reform entitled Regional Representation, the Canadian Partnership. It was written by Senator Ernest Manning, who had been Alberta's longest serving premier, and a couple other prominent citizens. Anyway, the central argument of this report was that Canada needed to reform its national institutions in order to provide a voice for the West within the national government, otherwise the West might secede from Canada. They proposed Senate reform as a way to get Western voices heard within the national government. Now, a couple of years later, the Alberta Committee for an Elected Senate was created to campaign for these goals. It was headed by Bert Brown, a well-known Senate reform activist. Then it was at this time that Ted Byfield of the Alberta Report magazine invented the term Triple E to summarize the case, the kind of Senate that we would need in the West. And so when that Senate Reform Committee, when the idea of the Triple E Senate spread into other provinces, the Alberta Committee for an Elected Senate changed its name to the Canadian Committee for a Triple E Senate, because there are other provinces that also wanted a Triple E Senate. Now, the reason to create a Triple E Senate would be to enable the Senate to properly represent regional interests, and especially Western interests. And the Triple E, the 3 E's of the Triple E were for each of the provinces to have an equal number of senators. Those senators would be elected, and the Senate would have effective powers to block the House of Commons. Like we still do not have an elected Senate in Canada. Like it's 2025, and these are people who make laws for us, and they are appointed by the Prime Minister. Like that should be an outrage. Anyway, this is the early 1980s when the Senate reform, the Triple E Senate idea gets going. And in 1984, the Alberta Progressive Conservative Party, at their convention, endorsed the Triple E Senate idea. Then in March 1985, the Alberta government's Special Select Committee on Senate Reform embraced the Triple E Senate idea and recommended that the Alberta government itself embrace the Triple E Senate idea. So Don Getty shortly thereafter became Premier, and he publicly, for his government, endorsed the Triple E Senate idea. And then the Alberta government actually set up a Senate Reform Task Force to promote the Triple E Senate idea right across Canada. Then the following year, in October 1989, Alberta held Canada's very first Senate election, which was won by Stan Waters of the Reform Party, and Brian Mulroney actually did appoint him to the Senate. So here we have this momentum building for the Triple E Senate Reform movement. Unfortunately, right after that, the momentum for the movement stalled. But there was one more chance for Senate reform. You know, the Reform Party in the year 2000 changed itself into the Canadian Alliance. Then Stephen Harper became leader of the Canadian Alliance, and he merged the Canadian Alliance with the Progressive Conservative Party of Canada to form the new Conservative Party of Canada in 2003. And Stephen Harper became leader of that party, and in 2006 he won the election and became Prime Minister. Now, Stephen Harper was personally very strongly in support of Senate reform, and so he used his position as Prime Minister to push for Senate reform in Canada. In May 2006, his government introduced a Senate reform bill into the Senate itself, and Stephen Harper testified before the Senate committee in favor of that Senate reform bill, and that's very unusual for a Prime Minister to testify before a Senate committee. A few months later, his government also introduced a Senate reform bill into the House of Commons that would have authorized consultative elections. So the kind of Senate elections we've had in Alberta, where there's certain candidates win, and they're the top candidates, or their names are recommended to the Prime Minister to be appointed to the Senate. That's the kind of consultative elections that Stephen Harper wanted for every province in Canada. So these bills that I just mentioned, they died, but Stephen Harper would reintroduce the bills into the House and the Senate, so that in his first 7 years in office, 3 bills for Senate reform were introduced into the Senate, and 5 were introduced into the House of Commons. So this just shows how committed Stephen Harper was personally to Senate reform. Then in 2007, he appointed Burt Brown to the Senate. Now, Burt Brown was that Senate reform leader I mentioned earlier, and Burt Brown had won 2 of the consultative elections in 1998 and 2004. Unfortunately, in 2012, the Quebec government launched a reference case against Stephen Harper's attempted Senate reforms. Like a reference case, in this case, would be our provincial government asks constitutional questions of its Court of Appeal. So the Quebec government was asking the Quebec Court of Appeal, were Stephen Harper's proposed Senate reforms constitutional? Now, because of this launch of this court case, Stephen Harper decided to kind of preempt it by sending his own reference case to the Supreme Court of Canada, so that he could be the one asking the questions of the Supreme Court rather than the Quebec government. So he sent a reference case to the Supreme Court of Canada asking questions about Senate reform. And unfortunately, the Supreme Court of Canada ruled that any kinds of reforms to the Senate would require a constitutional amendment. Now, because a constitutional amendment is so hard to achieve, that decision essentially killed Senate reform within Canada. So here we see a man, Stephen Harper, dedicated to Senate reform, that once he became Prime Minister, his attempts at Senate reform were thwarted every step of the way. Not only did the opposition parties oppose Senate reform, the Senate itself opposed Senate reform. There are members of Stephen Harper's own caucus that opposed Senate reform. Many of the provincial premiers opposed Senate reform. And finally, of course, the Supreme Court of Canada put an end to it. So there you have it. Stephen Harper, a man who is committed to constitutional reform to benefit the West, became Prime Minister, and over a period of years used every power at his disposal to try and reform Canada's Senate. But he could not prevail in the face of opposition from central Canada. So I say that if Stephen Harper could not reform the Senate, then it cannot be done. And if Preston Manning and the Reform Party cannot get the West's voice heard within Ottawa, then that can't be done. Albertans must realize that we sent our best people to Ottawa to fix the system, but the system could not be fixed. Spending the next few years trying to reform Canada's Constitution would end in failure and frustration, as it always has in the past. Oh, sorry. Sorry for that interruption. Okay. So when we look back at all this history, I've just talked about decades of history really briefly, but when you look back at all that history, with the Reform Party and Senate reform and other movements, we need to ask, what more could we have done? You know, realistically, in terms of trying to reform Canada, what more could we have done? So the game is over. It's time for Alberta to secede from Canada and become an independent country. Thank you. Question, I like this. We have tried to work with Canada for 45 years. What good is it to do the same thing over and over and fail? Why waste our time with Ottawa? That's my exact point of my talk, that we have spent like 45 years literally trying to fix Canada with various ways. And even we had our, like Stephen Harper was from Calgary. He had been with the Reform Party. He understood the West's concerns, and that's why he tried so hard to reform the Senate. If the Prime Minister of the country cannot get us the reforms that we need, who's going to do it? We can get another Prime Minister in there to try and do the same things, and he's going to have the same result as Stephen Harper. We've tried as hard as we could with the Reform Party and with Senate reform and other movements. We've tried as hard as we could. We've done our best, but the game is over. It's time for us to leave. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. Our next speaker is also from the Western Standard. Cory Morgan is with the Western Standard, the Epoch Times, and has also written the Sovereigntist Guide, or Sovereigntist Handbook. Is that correct? That's great. So please welcome Cory Morgan.
Oh, God, this is awesome. Thank you so much. Happy Albertans Day. And you know, it is still Canada Day, and I'm not anti-Canada. I'm pro-Alberta. The problem is, to be pro-Alberta, we got to get out of Canada. So I'm not going to go on too much about Canada. Canada is the spouse we're in the process of divorcing. There's no sense being upset with your ex forever. It just gives you more gray hair. That's why I got some. I learned. But you move forward. You look ahead. And that's what we're doing here. This is a group of people that understand we are Albertans. We're moving ahead, not because of Canada, but despite Canada. And I'll still be fine with my Canadian neighbors post-independence. Maybe they could even apply for foreign aid. And if they ask nicely enough, we'll consider it. Right now, we call it equalization. But we got a great lineup. I mean, I thank you so much to the volunteers. I see Shane and Bonnie and others running their butts off in this heat. This is hard work, getting something like this together. What a fantastic gathering. I would do this over 1,000 community halls, though I do a bunch of those too, and I enjoy it. And thank you guys for coming out. So we got a lot of great speakers. A lot of people, a group is the way to go. I don't know. I mean, I put my view out. I'm not keen on a political party approach, but the advocates of it are. The main thing is whatever we do is always focusing on the goal of independence. Ask yourself, with what you did it move things a little closer to independence? When you got a frustrating, stubborn person, I know you're tempted to want to shake him by the neck. Don't you understand? We got to get out. And it'd be satisfying, but are you going to bring him any closer? And you watch it, you got to be a diplomat. I mean, it's a term I used at the Alberta Prosperity speeches I used to give, was the Alberta ambassadors. You're the ambassador for independence. You're the one who's make the case. So you've always got to think of it that way. Sometimes it takes multiple conversations. I remember being set up with the Alberta Independence Party years ago. We were at a little table at a sporting event, and this guy came up and just hammered us with these questions, just almost scowling. And then he just stomped away. I thought, wow, that guy hates us. He came back 2 hours later and cut us a check for $400. So never assume, just because they don't seem to be all that enthusiastic, they're taking time to think about it. They're taking time to think about your answers. So if I'd have reacted and been grumpy back to him, probably never would have saw him again. So do remember, and sometimes it takes multiple touches. Sometimes it's one event away from somebody changing. So don't fight with people over it. If they're not interested, fine, give them some time. They'll come around, perhaps, or they won't. But the abrasive approach doesn't work. If you want to be abrasive, get on X. You can follow me on there. You see, you can get it out of your system there. But you don't make a lot of converts. So that's just kind of what I wanted to hit upon today. I don't know if we're going to do a question and answer and I'd be happy to answer more specific questions from folks because, like I said, I like learning and hearing new things.
We have a few questions here. I just the sound you'll hear here beside hand there. Okay. Question. When Ottawa realizes that the referendum will happen, Ottawa, I'm just going to restart the questions already. When Ottawa realizes that the referendum will happen, Ottawa at the MSM, mainstream media, I guess, anyone, is going to release, sorry, the writing is terrible. I'm sorry to hear that. Okay. Please say it to me.
The mainstream media is going to release all hell in the media. How do we fight back against this?
How do we push back against the mainstream media? Oh, you've asked the right guy. Screw the mainstream media. Subscribe to the Western Standard. Subscribe to the Epic Times. I know I'm self-serving. I'm starting with my own, but we've got a lot of alternatives. I'm glad you asked because it is an interesting time. We have more access to different sources of information than we've ever had before, but we've also got more access to BS than we ever have before. So when you're picking, you can't afford to subscribe to everything as much as some of us would like to. So you got to pick and choose carefully where you're going. And the main thing I say with that is look to who's paying their bills. So legacy media, the government is paying their bills. Well, guess who they're going to dance to? Guess who they're going to be afraid to critique? Guess which side they're always going to land on? Rebel News, True North, Western Standard, Epic Times, we're all subscription-based. That means we answer to you. So if our stories stink, if we're too biased, you'll unsubscribe. We'll go broke. So we have to be careful of that. We have to think about that. It doesn't mean we're slanted, but it does mean that we have to always bear in mind that we're serving our readers, not the government. And that keeps us honest. If we become dishonest, you guys will fire us. But it gets back to that conscious choice thing about where you're getting your information, and I know it's tough. We've got to break a lot of habits. Some interesting polls out of the last election, when we saw that a lot, particularly in the East, it used to be that the older people were more conservative and the younger were more liberal. This time around, it was a lot of the older people were liberal and the younger were conservative. And you know what it was? Older people were watching the bloody CBC. I hate to say it, but that was found in the polling. So when all you get is your information from the Socialist Broadcast Network, you get that biased, slanted crap. What point of view are you going to come to? You're not going to get the facts on things. You're not going to hear about the real issues that happen. You're not going to hear about somebody who's suffering from the longest mischief trial in Canadian history. You're going to hear about pronouns and multi-gender bathrooms and renaming streets into unintelligible things. You're going to, I have land acknowledgements. It's garbage, but we've got to move away from it. So you're right. It is a challenge. With the legacy media, when they realize we're getting closer, they're going to fight us tooth and nail with all they've got. But we've just got to, again, the same sort of thing, encourage our friends and family to seek other sources of information. They're out there, elbows up, fine, but punt the CBC, punt the CTV, and get some independent media sources. There's lots of them.
I have a question here as well, too. How will Thomas Looker's 6th referendum affect ours?
I'm sorry, which referendum?
The counter petition from the other guys who are saying to return to Canada from Thomas. You heard of that?
Yeah, Fabio, otherwise known as Lukasic.
That one.
Yeah, he's a sad little man. He's trolling us. So I saw that coming in. Now, this is things that we do have to work out. That's part of what's happening with uncharted territory of citizens-initiated referendum. And to be fair, it has to be open for anybody to initiate one, whether you like where they're going with it or not. Personally, is my view, but obviously they don't agree. I don't think they should have accepted his question because it's stupid. It's a question of saying, do you agree that Alberta should stay within Canada? Well, either way you answer on that question, nothing will change. So what's the point of holding it? If you all vote no, nothing changes. You all vote yes, nothing changes. So that's just a poll. So he's doing that to distract, to sidetrack us, but he did it through the old system. So he now needs 600,000 signatures just to get that on the ballot. He's not going to get that done. He's just trolling from at home. They don't have the organization. They don't have the structure. I mean, we can't take anything for granted. Who knows? They could get the unions going and legacy media and possibly get it on there. But I wouldn't lose too much sleep over what he's doing with that. He's kind of taken advantage of the system, gaming it. Hey, he kind of exposed a weakness in it. If we want to have citizens-initiated referendum legislation, we have to make sure it's tuned up to protect from those things. But I know the legacy media is reporting on it all over the place. Don Braid was up there saying, oh, look at that, the separatists are done because Fabio put out a new petition. Yeah, whatever. Don, if you're lucky, you'll be here when the referendum's done. But it's a valid question. It's a worry because the legacy media is promoting it as if this is something that's going to happen. I promise you, unless they at least reduce that down to 177,000 signatures to get it done, which I doubt they're going to do that, it's not going to make it to paper. So this is fluff that's going to be forgotten by summer until the real referendum comes.
Does anyone have any more questions while we are here?
I got somebody waving back there.
Yeah.
My hearing's terrible, so I'll need a...
Yeah.
Okay, Cory, why do we need a referendum to leave a corporation?
Define corporation.
Corporate, Canada is a corporation.
Okay, Canada then. Okay.
We're going to work from the structure that 95% of Albertans feel we're under, which is the Westminster parliamentary system. I know the things about Canada as a corporation and the shortcuts and the other theories about it. We've got to work with the hand. It's going to be difficult enough. Plus, I think personally and morally, unless we actually ask the majority of citizens, get a majority to say they want to become independent, I don't see any other way we should do it. Everybody must have a say in it, and it must be positive. I understand the corporation thing, but I don't feel it's a non-starter in my view. I understand people disagree, though, and it's fair. And I'll be at a stand over at the other end if you have more questions, though.
All right, thank you very much, Cory. Now, I just wanted to take a minute to interject here. Came up earlier how it's best to reach out to your MLA or to the Premier. And it was pointed out that phone calls don't go anywhere. Emails, not so much. Best way to do it is a letter. And I want to reinforce that. I used to work in the legislature. I was in the Deputy Premier's office. One of my jobs was correspondence. If you phoned the office, it would be essentially, thank you very much for your phone call. That's the end of it. If you email, you'll get a response, but we really don't think much of an email because it's easy to pound one out. You can get angry, you can fire off an email in 30 seconds. It doesn't require any effort. Now, a letter, on the other hand, requires you to sit down, write it, find an envelope, find the address to send it to, put a stamp on it, and get to the letterbox. A letter, that deserves attention. So I encourage you, if you're reaching out to your elected officials, do so with a hard copy letter through the postal system. Its impact will be much, much greater, especially if there's a good volume of them. I'll introduce our next speaker to you. Tanner Hnidey is an author, an economic analyst, and owner of TannerandDay.com. There he regularly comments on current events and pressing political issues, all while receiving millions of views on his online content every year. Tanner is also a frequent guest on shows such as Talk Truth, the Sean Newman podcast, and various other media outlets. He has a bachelor's degree in economics, is earning his master's of theology, and lives in Lloydminster, Alberta with his wife, Paige. All right, thank you. Please give Tanner a warm welcome.
Perfect. Well, thank you all so much for having me come out and talk to you this morning. It's my pleasure to be here. I'm so glad to be able to join you, especially on such a bright and sunny and wonderful day. As Joel mentioned, my name is Tanner Hnidey. I'll give just a brief overview of who I am, or a quick addendum to what Joel said, just to add a bit more. I'm from Lloydminster, Alberta. I currently live there with my wife, Paige. And over the last few years, we have been busy traveling, or at least I've been busy traveling. My wife and I just got married almost a year ago today, actually. We're so excited about that. Even over this last year, we've been busy traveling across the province, talking about various economic issues and concerns that are afflicting not only our province, but also the country at large. And finally, before I begin, I just want to mention that I do also have a few books for sale. I've just written my newest one. It's over at the tents in the back. We've had so much fun coming to meet everyone and say hello. And again, it's my pleasure to be with you. Now, as I mentioned, I have been traveling across Alberta for the past many years. I, like Cory Morgan and Dr. Wagner and so many others, have been traveling across Alberta preaching Alberta independence. More specifically, we've been traveling across Alberta preaching the benefits of Alberta independence. But I have not yet had the opportunity, at least not until today, to talk about why I am preaching, why we are preaching the benefits of Alberta independence. You see, our opponents and those who don't necessarily agree with what we're doing say that we're pursuing independence because we're selfish. And they say we're pursuing independence because we don't care about Canada, even though the truth is it's Canada that doesn't care about us. And they say that, you know, we're only thinking of ourselves and so on. Or they also say that we're pursuing independence because we are unable to reconcile. We are unable to accept the repeated federal defeats that Alberta has suffered, even though it's not the political outcomes that we contend with, it's actually the political apparatus and the political structure of Canada itself that we contend with. So the question then is, why exactly are we pursuing independence? Why are we working our hardest to see independence for Alberta achieved? And I'm telling the truth when I say it's actually a difficult question to answer. It's a difficult question to answer, but not because there are so few reasons to pursue independence, but rather because there are so many reasons to pursue independence. When I am asked, why do you want Alberta to go at it on its own? To be entirely honest, I struggle to answer because I don't know where to start. It's like, you know, I could, I suppose, start with our families, or I could start with our jobs. I could, if I wanted to, lament the fact that Alberta sends countless billions of dollars to Ottawa every single year that it doesn't get back. Or I could complain about the eco-radicalism that is right now dragging us into this socialist maw. We could do all of these things. I could do all of these things. But I want a general answer. If the man asks me, why exactly are you pursuing independence? I want something efficient. I want an answer that's effective and that generalizes the entire movement itself. And I believe I have the answer. I believe I've discovered the answer in a word. I am convinced that we here are pursuing Alberta independence because we are pursuing and are in favor of and champion and protect life. The truth of the matter is that government, at best, is an ugly necessity. And the proper purpose of government, a government that is properly instituted, does not exist to oppress. It does not exist to indoctrinate, even though that's exactly what our government is doing right now. Instead, proper government exists for one reason, and one reason only, which is to protect, encourage, defend, and guarantee life, family flourishing, and the lawful, just structure of society. That's what government exists to do. That is the proper job of government, and to be entirely honest, it is the job that our current government and our past governments have not done. That is the one thing government is supposed to do: protect life, defend life, encourage life, and it is precisely the opposite thing that our past governments and our present government does right now. It's not as though our political leaders are pro-life. No, they are anti-life. It's not as though our parties pursue life On the contrary, I dare say they pursue death. It's not as though we have a bureaucracy that is right now working for family flourishing. Actually, they are trying to tear the family structure down. And if anyone wants examples, if there are individuals who want examples of this so audacious a claim, I will give them to you. First, unfortunately, tragically, disgracefully, Canada, as you know, is an industrial factory of euthanasia. We are one of the highest euthanasia producing countries in the world. 15,000 plus Canadians in 2023, the latest data available, were euthanized in, again, 2023. 15,000 plus. And it's not as though this was protested by government. On the contrary, this was promoted by government, and it continues to be promoted by government. And mark my words, you know it as well as I do, that if we do not stop this odious piece of health care, it's better called murder, soon there will come a day in which you will not have the option to choose whether or not you want to be euthanized. Government, in its infinite benevolence and expertise, will make the decision for you. If you want another example, I can give it. I will appeal to the legal system in Canada. You look at our legal system in Canada right now, and what's wrong is right, and what's right is considered wrong. You look at the legal system, you listen to the legal system, and you see what? You read what? You read in the papers, say from Calgary or from the Edmonton police, with increasing frequency, something along the lines of, quote, so-and-so has been released into society. He or she is considered armed and dangerous and is extremely likely to reoffend. At the same time, you and I read in the papers that a church who has opened its doors to congregants, or a truck stop which has opened its doors to serve hamburgers to truckers, is right now, or has been, persecuted and investigated by government factions and agents for not keeping the law as it's supposed to be kept. So you and I see that individuals who just want to live as life is meant to be lived in society are under scrutiny by Canada's law and by the government, and those individuals who want to take life away through a variety of means seem to be able to do so all too conveniently and all too easily in this country. Now, you will notice that I have not yet presented a justification or a defense for the goodness of life. But to be entirely honest, it's because I don't need to do so. The goodness of life is not just a fact. The goodness of life is a self-evident fact. It is a fact upon which all other facts rest. It is a fact upon which all other facts are built. And I am ashamed to be living under a government, I am ashamed before God of having to live under a government that refuses to accept this fact and instead says and acts like life is an offense. It's not. Life is this it is this self-evident good. It's obviously a self-evident good. So for government to deny the goodness of life is not just wrong. It's not just wrong for them to do so. Instead, it's totally insane. And it's insane why? Why is it insane to deny the goodness of life? Well, it's like denying that the sun is shining. Or it's like denying that a bachelor can simultaneously be married. He can't. It would be like denying that a circle is not a square. It's not. It's self-evident. It's evident. It's obvious. And for government, again, to deny it is totally insane. But if an exogenous proof is required to show the goodness of life, I need only to appeal to the Lord Jesus Christ, that Christ is life itself. and that Christ, according to John 11:25-26, is the resurrection and the life, is more than sufficient to prove to me that life is not just good. Life is goodness itself. Our Lord, our Savior, did not come from heaven down to earth that he might bring death. No, instead, he brought life. It's not as though he became incarnate to be conquered by the grave. On the contrary, he conquered the grave. And it's not as though Christ arrived to give power to death. He did the opposite. He arrived to take all the power of death away, which of course he did so at the cross and at the resurrection. And so finally, we come to the end. I come to the conclusion of my speech. We are here today. We are pursuing Alberta independence. We are pushing for this magnificent objective with absolutely everything we have. True, because we want to build a better life for our families. And true, because we want to pay less tax, we want to be wealthier, and all of those things. But ultimately, we are engaged in the enterprise of independence because we are servants of life. We are agents of truth, and we have here before us not an opportunity. We have before us an obligation, with the prospect of Alberta independence, to save our parents and our grandparents from the euthanizer's needle, to build for our children a classical education superior to what we have right now, to guarantee a functional and honest monetary machine which is not plagued by inflation or by bureaucratic and government interference, and to construct a legal code of laws which follows righteousness and natural law, a common sense sort of law. Now, of course, there are some who say that independence will be so very hard, and pursuing independence will be so very hard, and I do not disagree with them, to be entirely honest, but my conviction is that a continued life under Ottawa, continued to be ruled by Ottawa, will generate a life which is so much harder. The truth is that for how many years now, Ottawa has been allowed to wield a sledgehammer. They've been allowed to swing a sledgehammer, while Alberta has been forced only to wield a feather. But I think that time is over. I think it's time we negotiate for ourselves. I think it's time we pursue the best for ourselves. I think it's time we do what's right for our Alberta families and guarantee the highest quality of life possible for ourselves, our parents, our grandchildren, our children, and our entire posterity to come. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much, Michael. This is outstanding. Now, before we get to our next speaker, I wanted to point something out about the United Conservative Party. Was there anyone here who was at the founding annual general meeting in 2018 in Red Deer? Okay, I see a few. Something interesting happened there that has a great deal to do with what we're talking about today. One of the party principles that was up for adoption was loyalty to Canada. And Jason Kenney was pushing for that really hard. But an interesting thing happened on the AGM floor. The vote on it failed. The UCP's policy book isn't ambiguous about separation or independence. It just doesn't talk about it at all. And I think the AGM coming up is going to be very interesting, because I believe there are some policy proposals that will be coming forward that is going to steer that into a pro-Alberta independence frame of mind. So I would encourage you to consider going, because that will allow us to influence the party in government and steer them towards independence for Alberta. Now, Our next speaker is a former Reeve, a farmer, and also an unfairly disqualified UCP candidate for Rimbey Rocky Mountain House. Of course, I'm sure he's no stranger to most of you. It's my pleasure to introduce Tim Hoven. Come on up, Tim.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have a confession. There are so many people here, the cell network's down. My talk was on the cell network, on Google Slides, so you're going to see how good my memory is for the next 10 or 15 minutes. My name is Tim Hoven. I am a farmer from the eastern edge of Clearwater County, halfway between Red Deer and Rocky Mountain House. I am a husband. My beautiful wife is out here in the crowd somewhere. I am a father. My wife and I have 8 children together. And I'm a grandfather, as 2 of those children have blessed my wife and I with 3 beautiful grandsons. If you're in a car and you're heading towards a cliff at 100 miles an hour, and you're going to fly off and you're all going to fall to your doom, does it make any sense to slow down? No, it doesn't. If you're going 100 miles and you slow down to 60, you've got maybe, well, depending on the distance, 30 seconds extra. When you're in that type of a situation, you need to change direction. Right now, our country of Canada is heading towards a cliff, and our current leadership is stepping on the gas pedal, not the brake. Last year, the Prime Minister's office had a report leaked. It was called the Social Mobility Report. What it says is if you are poor and you work hard and you make good decisions, you improve your life and move up to the middle class. And if you're in the middle class, can you work hard, make good decisions, and move up to the upper class? And this report found out that it's by the year 2040, it is not going to be possible for people to improve their lives anymore because of the policies of the federal, provincial, and our municipal governments. We're heading towards a cliff. This report actually said that Canadians in 15 short years will be hunting and fishing on parks and crown land, not because it's fun, but because they won't have enough food and they're going to be doing it just to survive. The report said in 15 years, most people will not be able to afford a home. Well, currently, I think that's right now in this nation. With my sons and daughters, that's what they are living now, not 15 years in the future. A year before that, the RCMP had a report leaked. It was talking about the greatest threats to Canadian sovereignty over the next 5 years, and the number one threat they had was that Canadians like you are going to rise up and revolt when you realize how the system is totally screwed for you and you have no hope of a better future. We are heading towards the cliff, and our elected leaders, at least to me, they don't seem to be realizing that or recognizing where we are. I'm going to give you a very brief history of Canada. Before the American War of Independence in 1776, Quebec, Nova Scotia, these people were like the people who would have went on the trucker convoy. Hardworking, fiercely independent, not trusting their government. In fact, they left Europe to come over here to get away from government. But after the War of Independence, a large majority, about 80 or 90,000 people, left the U.S. and they came up here, not because they wanted more freedom. They liked the system the way it was. They liked having a king. The way the world operated back then was called the mercantile system. Now let me just tell me if this makes sense and if you recognize it. There was a central power called London back then, and they had colonies all throughout the world. India, North America, some colonies in Africa. The colonies produced all the raw materials, shipped it to London. The elites in London processed it all, made it into manufactured goods, and shipped it back over to the entire world. Very profitable if you're that middleman in London, not very good if you're the poor people on the edge producing the raw materials. When the American Revolution happened, all the people who love that system, all the people who love being in the middle, love being the middleman just to take the cream off the top, they all left to move to what is now Canada. And they set up the system here exactly like that mercantile system in the past. And we can see that today. We can see that in the last 158 years of Confederation. Everything from the West used to have to be shipped to Ontario and Quebec to be processed and then sold to the world. We were that colony, and we are that colony. When the Constitution was set up, it was set up to keep things the way they are, because the elites in Ontario and Quebec look at the West as a good way to make a lot of money without a lot of work. Meanwhile, all the people in the West, like me and you, we got to work twice as hard because we're supporting 2 or 3 families instead of just our own. We will never be free and equal in this system. The system was designed to keep us as outsiders, to keep us as that colony, and the only way for our sons and daughters to have hope of a better future is to change direction. And I 100% believe that the only way out of this, the only way for our children and grandchildren to have a better future is through independence. Halfway is not good enough. Halfway will only take us so far. I've heard many people talk about this, and they look at independence as just an issue of money. Ottawa takes too much money. It should stay here. Well, it's a good point. I agree 100%. But that can't be the only reason we want independence. If you go to a used car sales lot, and you sit down at the salesman's desk and you start negotiating about money, you're going to come to a point somewhere in the middle. And it might be more than you want to pay. It's going to be less than what he wants you to pay, but you're going to come to a compromise position. If we make Alberta independence only about the money, Carney and Smith are going to sit down, they're going to talk about it, and they're going to come to a point in the middle where Ottawa's mad they had to give up money, but Alberta's going to be happy because we get more back. But guess what? We will not be free. What this system needs is constitutional change to improve our lives. And if we compromise because we all get a little extra dollars in our pocket, we are selling out our children and grandchildren so our wallets are a little bit thicker. We have to go all the way. We are in the middle of the collapse of this country. We don't have to look too far to see the problems with AHS, taking literally years to get the needed health care that we need. We can look at the RCMP and how they shifted from being a national police force to being the political muscle for the Liberal Party of Canada. We can look at our deteriorating infrastructure. We can look at the federal government bringing in way more immigrants than the system can have. The reason they're doing that, by the way, when you owe a few $billions, if you can increase the number of people you have there to pay that off into the future, it makes your financial books look better for the bankers. It's not for any other reason other than that the federal government wants to take on more and more debt and pass that on to Canadians. It is the beginning of the end of our financial system. If you look at the price of things 30 years ago compared to today, it shows that the actual inflation rate's about 7%. So for all of you who are retired and you had $100,000 last year to retire on, that 7% inflation means today, thanks to Mr. Cory and Mr. Trudeau, you only have $93,000 to retire on. And next year, you take off another 7%. You're down to about $88,000. There's only one way for us to improve our lives and our children's lives and our grandchildren, and that is through independence. Now, the hard part is everyone here today and every person in Alberta gets to choose. You get to choose if you want to be free. You get to choose if you want a better future for your sons and daughters. And you also get to choose if you're just comfortable with the status quo. Things aren't too bad. Things are okay. It's sunny ways, my friends. Things will get better. Everyone absolutely has to choose. I'm always reminded of normally I have this picture on a slide, so I'm going to have to explain it to you. It's called the flood. Please, if we had cell reception, you could even open it up and find it. But what the image is, there's a man on a rock, and he's reaching out. There's water all around this rock, and there's 3 people in the water. There's an old man, there's a woman, a young woman, and then there's a child. And in this image, the man is reaching and stretching as hard as he can to try to save the old man, when the woman and the child are right next to him. And he's going to sacrifice them to save the old man who's his father. Now, the meaning of this picture is that when you try to save the past, the old man, you are sacrificing the present, your wife, and you're sacrificing the future, your children. And that is exactly where all of us are right now. We get to choose who we save. And if we choose to stay, we are choosing a past that quite often isn't. If you talk to people, I'm going to change my thought here. I talk to many people, and so many say, I could never vote for independence. And then you ask the question, why? What is it that attracts you to Canada? They don't have an answer. They can't articulate why it's better if we stay. And I blame that on the 1972 summit series between Canada and the Soviet Union. Canada won, right? Henderson has scored for Canada. We had a new flag that was given to us about 10 years earlier, and there hadn't been an event, there hadn't been anything to attract us as a people to that flag until we fought against the world's evilest government, the Soviet Union, and won. And ever since that day, that flag, that maple leaf, has been programmed into our minds that it's such a great, glorious thing. And all the while, governments are systematically taking our wealth, taking our money, and making life harder for each and every single person here. So you get to choose. You get to choose whether to cling to the past or to grab hold of the future and give a better future to your sons and daughters. And that's where we stand today. That is the choice we all have to make today. We cannot do it by ourselves. When this referendum comes, we're going to need about 1.5, 1.6 million people to choose the future instead of the past. That means everyone here is going to have to work harder than we've ever worked for anything before in our lives. And we should be up to that task. We should be willing to make that sacrifice and whatever it's going to cost us over the next 18 months to make this dream a reality. Because I'm 54. I'm not fighting for my future anymore. I'm fighting for my kids and grandkids. And if we cannot get motivated enough to sacrifice for a year and a half to make a better future for all the generations that come after us, we probably don't deserve that chance. So thank you very much. You've been a wonderful crowd. Long live Alberta!
Thanks very much, Tim. I want to echo that the choice in front of us. So many of us do have an emotional attachment to Canada, and that's hard to overcome. I know certainly for me it has been. I spent 17 years in the forces. That's a long time and a lot of dedication to the country that's failing us. But if we look at it with our heads over our hearts, it really is simple. We are being taken advantage of by the east of this country. There is no case for Canada in its current form. It might, as I said earlier, might be salvageable in a constitutional conference, but I don't think it'll happen. I do regard that as due diligence. So when you're talking to people, as I've encouraged you to do, ask them what the benefits are remaining in Canada. I bet, as Tim's pointed out, they will struggle. Now our next speaker is going to be talking about an event for you. His name is Brandon Pringle, and he's going to be telling you about an event that's coming up in Red Deer, such a time as this too. So Brandon, over to you.
Thank you. Praise the Lord. Great to see everybody out here today. God bless you. My name is Brandon Pringle, and if you forget, just think, let's go Brandon. I went to work the other day, and I said to a woman in the lunchroom, I said, so what'd you think about the election results? And she says, and I said, you know what? That's how I felt for the first 5 minutes. But then I realized this was the best thing that could have ever happened to us. So many people are asleep. They think, oh, Pierre gets in, oh, we just go back, it's going to be fine for another 4 years. No, it's not. And I want to give Chai Northcott credit because he's the #1 reason why I'm standing here right now. I went to an event right in the beginning of COVID, and it was masks everywhere. It was like a zombie apocalypse. But we went to this tiny little building in Red Deer, and there was no masks. And it was so amazing. It was so wonderful. And I'm sitting there going, oh, my people, this is great. Grab a coffee. And then I went and listened to Ty. And Ty said, every one of you in here right now think that if we get the next person elected, that everything will be fine. How did that work out with Kenny? I campaigned for him. Shame. I learned my lesson though. So Ty says, the only way this turns around is not if we get this other person elected. The only way this turns around is if every one of you gets up off your you-know-what and gets after it. And that lit a fire under me. 7 years ago, I said to my own daughter, well, it's terrible, honey. Yes, we always just have to vote for the lesser of two evils. As a studied pastor, I can tell you unequivocally, that God would not vote for the lesser of two evils. And I can give you the Bible verses to prove it. Now, oh, you might be here and you've never read the Bible. Great, you're my people. Atheists love my message because this is what I say to them. If you will give me 5 minutes, if you will let me show you in the Bible, you can go to all those spineless religious people that aren't acting like Jesus, and you can tell them, I know what your book says. I know what your book says about what you're supposed to be doing. Why aren't you doing it?
Just a question. I think he has
And
something
I
to say.
just to finish with this quickly. This Friday night, we are launching a nationwide campaign in Red Deer to end the surgical mutilation of children. And you need to know that if you're in a wheelchair, if you have no time, if all you do is spend time on the road, you can make a difference in this campaign. And we're going to badger them and badger them and badger them until this horrific evil is vanquished in our nation. God bless you.
Thanks very much. If you haven't figured it out by now, we're kind of winging things here. Our next speaker is going to be Vince Byfield. I'm going to leave him to introduce himself. So please give a warm welcome to Vince. Thank you.
This is my first time to Mirror, Alberta. I thought it was supposed to be a peaceful, quiet little place. This looks like a Costco parking lot. Like it's. I want to give a big thanks to Chris Scott because that man is a hero. And to Shane and Bonnie Meikle. Those two are incredible. Right? So I'm supposed to introduce myself. I never am very good at that, but I'm going to give it a shot. So I grew up putting together a magazine for 30 years called Alberta Report Magazine. My dad was the guy who published it. So I'll just leave it at that. He did a lot of books, and I'll bring that up at the end. I've got a 20-minute spiel here, and so if you can suffer through it, I can suffer through it. But all right. Alberta is about to hit a major fork in the road. Folks, this is it. Independence Reference Day is now on the horizon. It will almost certainly happen next year. Alberta's path to the future is about to approach a major crossroads. This referendum will be the most important event in the entire 120-year history of our province. Back in 1905, select people in Toronto, Montreal, and Ottawa decided the future of the 73,000 Albertans that were living here at that time. They are still controlling our future. But now we are 5 million strong. And this time, for the first time ever, Albertans will be deciding their own destiny. So what is that destiny? The way I see it, what Albertans fall, I see that Albertans fall into 4 different categories. Some see Alberta finally free and independent. Some hope that Alberta will become an American state. And some still hope that we can still fix Canada. These 3 groups are what I call the do something crowds. The last group, and I'm sorry to say it's actually one of the biggest groups, if not the biggest, is the do nothing crowd. And I'm going to talk about them later on. But first, let's talk about the go independent crowd. I suspect that's most of us right here. Let's do a little audience engagement test. When I say who wants independence, and that's you, I want you to shout independence as loudly and as fervently as you can. Are you ready? Okay, Mac wants. Come on, Max. You guys, this is your moment. Okay, who wants independence? Right on.
Louder!
Wow. That's pretty impressive. Okay, now I'm going to say, who wants statehood? And if that's you, you're going to shout USA all the way. Give it all you got, because it's going to be a challenge. Ready? Who wants U.S. statehood? There you go. Pretty good. I thought I'll get back to you guys in a bit. All right. Now, so that's most of you here. But there is one group left. And if you're here and you want Canada to stay together, when I ask the next question, I want you to shout with everything you got, fix Canada. Remember, if you've already shouted, then you need to sit this one out. Ready? Who wants to see a better Canada? Wow, that's more than I thought, but that's not too many. Well, I'm here to tell you that even though almost nobody here shouted fix Canada here today, there are just as many people in Alberta who want to fix Canada as there are who want to leave it. There may be even more. Maybe not this crowd, but you go into places like Calgary and Edmonton, where I'm from, and you see a lot of them. And the fact that these people are not here at this rally means that we have work to do. It's our job to inform them properly, because once they fully realize what I'm about to tell you, then at the next event like this, they will be sitting right beside you or standing right beside you shouting, fix Canada. They should be voting yes on referendum day. Why, you ask? Why would they vote for Alberta to leave Canada if they wanted to save Canada? Excellent question. So I'm going to talk a little bit now about Canada's, what I call Canada's axis of evil. The first thing those who really want to fix Canada must do is admit that those who have been calling the shots in Canada for its entire 158 years will never give up that power voluntarily. The only hope for Canada to survive is to take that power away from them. A yes vote on referendum day will wipe out all Laurentian power immediately and forever. Voting to leave gives Alberta lots of leverage. A strong yes vote shakes the entire national system. It sends a message that Alberta is done being ignored. It will force our provinces, other provinces, to reconsider this dysfunctional confederation. So my father was a guy called Ted Byfield. Some of you may know him. And he wrote in 2001 that only when Albertans are ready to really consider leaving Canada and mean it, will the rest of Canada finally take our grievances seriously. Now is that opportunity. Our country is being run so badly that our economy has dropped to the bottom of the industrial world. The Canada we knew as children is gone. The Canada that we live in now, whether we want to admit it or not, is being run by a highly corrupt, dictatorial regime that is determined to take away all our freedoms and turn us and our children into slaves. From the ashes of an old Canada, it's possible, but I think it's remote, but it's possible, that a new and much better Canada can rise again. That's what the Fix Canada folks want, a better Canada. Dad also said that if Alberta were to leave Canada, the rest of Canada would fall apart soon after, like dominoes. Ottawa depends on Alberta's wealth. If we leave, the entire system faces collapse. When Ottawa goes bankrupt and the country falls apart, the Laurentians, that unholy triad of power brokers in Toronto, Montreal, and Ottawa, are finally beaten forever. This would give the 13 provinces and territories a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to sit down at the table as real equals to negotiate a truly fair deal for everyone. And that is why those who truly want to save Canada must vote yes for Alberta to leave it. Now, I need to remind you that right now, only 1 in 3 Albertans wants independence. And that's not enough to win this referendum. But when we do our job and help our Fix Canada friends to see the truth, then that means that when referendum day rolls around, the number of Albertans wanting independence won't be 1 in 3, it's going to be 2 in 3. And that's enough, my friends, to set Alberta free. Now I know some of you what some of you are thinking. I never want Alberta to go back to Canada. Do not be afraid. What does the Bible tell us? Fear no evil. 300 times in the book, fear nothing. Just fear God. Do not be afraid. When that day comes, if it comes, we would have to hold another referendum to refederate. And by that time, we will have been experiencing true freedom and real independence for a while. And that feeling is going to feel good. Really good. And there's a good chance that Albertans will then say to the other provinces, been there, done that, got the t-shirt, thanks, but no thanks. Now let's go back to that do-nothing crowd. Here's the bitter fact that most of us here don't want to face. These Albertans are actually happy with the status quo. They still buy the lies being fed to them like Ottawa gives us money, not the other way around. First Nations will veto independence. Alberta doesn't know how to run a country like Ottawa does. I'm going to let the other speakers deal with these media mistruths. But I am going to tell you not to worry about the do-nothing crowd, because at the end of the day, these people often wind up doing, well, nothing. They are by far the most apathetic of the 4 groups, and they are the least likely to even bother showing up to vote. Now, I'm going to add, it's not in here, they are also the biggest distractors online. Just ignore them. They are a waste of your valuable time. Instead, we need to shift our energies on the Fix Canada folks. They still have a functioning brain. They are at least aware that there is something rotten in the city of Ottawa. They just don't know what to do about it. Let's help them. What they do know, or at least sense, is that whatever we've been doing for the last 120 years is not working. They know, or should know, that doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result, is the very definition of stupidity or insanity or both. What these people need is a friend, to help them, to talk out their thoughts. Become that friend. Seek them out. They're all around you. They mean well. They just don't know everything yet. Invite them to your home. Invite them to dinner. Talk about the future. Get them to open up. That is the way we are going to win. We will not win with arguments. We will win with love. Jesus said it, love your neighbor as yourself. Now, one last point for those amongst us who want Alberta to become a U.S. state. The path to statehood runs through sovereignty. We must become an independent nation first. President Trump cannot come riding into Alberta like the cavalry to save us. We must save ourselves. And we can only do that by first saying yes on referendum day. Then a few years down the road, just like Texas, the state we Albertans most admire, we can have a second referendum on statehood. That is the best way to become an American state. Just ask any Texan. So, in conclusion, the 13 provinces and territories of Canada today are a lot like the 13 colonies of Britain that broke away almost 250 years ago to become the United States. In the 1770s, the American colonies faced the same dilemma we face today: taxation without representation. In a 2021 referendum, Albertans told Ottawa in no uncertain terms that we detest the equalization program that steals tens of billions of dollars from us every year. We want it scrapped. 4 years later, and it's still stealing billions upon billions from Albertans every year. That, my friends, is beyond a shadow of a doubt taxation without representation, and it must stop immediately. I remember asking my dad about a year before he passed away this question: if a man is caught breaking into your house and takes $10,000 from you at gunpoint, that man goes to jail. But what happens when a federal government goes into every home in an entire province and steals more than $10,000 from every family in Alberta year after year for decades? Dad's response was, well, in Canada, evidently, they get re-elected. He laughed, but it was a bittersweet laugh. In 1776, the British Crown refused to listen to the Americans. Today, it's Ottawa that refuses to listen to us. Despite their differences, Americans took their stand together. The 13 colonies didn't all want the same thing. Some wanted reform, some independence, some unity. But when the crunch time came, they all locked arm in arm together in defiance against a common enemy. And that defiance ultimately changed our entire world. Now it's Alberta's turn. For the 13 colonies, the enemy was King George III and his army. For the 13 provinces and territories of Canada today, our enemy is Mark Carney and his cabinet of criminals. These three groups here in Alberta, the pro-independence champions right here today, the Alberta 51sters, and the Fix Canada folks must join on referendum day and vote yes together for Alberta's referendum. When referendum day arrives, whatever your vision, only a yes vote for independence will bring us true freedom. Let's all save Alberta together. Thank you. One plug. If you want to say hi and chat, please drop by our table in the market. I'll be there with my wife peddling books. Today we have 2 complete sets of Dad's Alberta History Book Series, which is a bit of a miracle since they now are almost impossible to find. Come by. We'd love to see you. Thanks.
All right, thanks very much, Vince. He makes a very, very good point. We may not be quite faced with taxation without representation, but we're certainly faced with taxation with grossly underrepresentation. As I said in my talk, the political structures of this country are an absolute disgrace, and they're designed only to empower the East over the West. Now, our next speaker is the main event. Sure, many of you are here just to hear from her, I'm sure. Christine Anderson is a German politician and a member of the European Parliament, or MEP, since 2019. Many of us know her for her no-nonsense defense of common-sense values. She's called out politicians such as Justin Trudeau for his autocratic and harmful policies. We're happy to have her here at the Whistle Stop Cafe as part of her Western Canada tour. Please welcome Christine Anderson.
So I thought I was coming to Alberta, the freest province in all of Canada, and that's what they do. They box me in. Seriously? Well, the culprit is right up here. So anyone wanting to complain to him, he's right there. Anyway, guys, this is such a beautiful day, and I'm so glad to be here. And I've already ran into a few people, and once again, you make me feel welcome in your beautiful province, and I just love it. And yeah, Albertans rule, absolutely. So the first time I was here in Alberta, this was 2 years ago, was like in the winter time, and I was on a tour, and there was so many events and engagements. I didn't get to see anything from your beautiful of your beautiful province. This time I said, no, we're not going to do that again. And guys, you really have shown me a great time. So that one night we actually went to a country bar. I have never done square dancing in my life, but boy, I enjoyed it. I really had a blast. And I really have to pay the Albertan men a huge compliment. They actually know how to treat a lady. Yes, if you are in a bar and there is music playing, you better ask the lady to dance with you. That's what men do. So thank you to the Albertan men. You still know how to be a man, and you still know how to treat a lady. Thank you. Thank you for that. So on yesterday, I had the pleasure, friends, they drove us around to the most beautiful area. It was like right below the mountains, and seeing all the valleys, and there was like a little creek and all of that. Oh my God, it is such a beautiful province. I got to ride on a horse. I haven't sat on a horse in like over 40 years. Well, at least I didn't fall off, so it went all well. And then we were invited to a dear friend of mine and his lovely wife, and we just had a party there. And just to seeing this beautiful countryside and the farms and all of that. And yeah, I think my mind is made up. If I were to ever, and that's a big if I were to ever decide to leave Germany, yes, I would absolutely move to Canada, and specifically, I would move to Alberta. You guys are so awesome. I really do love you guys. I've really come to love you. So, and just the openness of all of the people and how involved and engaged you are in fighting for your rights, that is really impressive. And I wish a lot more people would be just like that in Germany, but unfortunately we aren't quite there yet. But since I'm going to be speaking later on again, I will leave the politics for later on, because now we are here to celebrate Canada Day, and I do not want to spoil our party, and I'm hearing here we are actually celebrating Alberta Day. Well, how about we'll just have a party, and let's enjoy this wonderful, beautiful day in this beautiful province, Alberta. Please, let's just party. Don't take things too hard, too strongly. Just let's enjoy ourselves for today. And like I said, we get into politics a little later on. But I will be here all day. So come and find me. We have something set up in a tent back there. So come and find me. I am eager to hear from each and every one of you, and just to get in the conversations and to find more about the brave and brilliant citizens of Alberta. So let's have a party. Why don't we? Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. To be continued, folks. Yes. So at this point, we're going to take a break. We'll give you about a 15-minute warning before we get into it again. But in the meantime, please do circulate around the shops and so forth. Show your support, and we'll be back with you shortly. I figure we've had a heavy morning of politics, so let's have that party and maybe have a beer in the meantime. Cheers.
So good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Whistle Stop for all the new arrivals. It is a beautiful, gorgeous day. I don't know how... Well, people always tell me that Chris Scott is pretty important and powerful, and for him to pull some strings to get weather like this today, he must be one of the most powerful men in Alberta. So thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Chris.
I've got a message here from Shadow Davis. I don't know if any of you have seen his podcast on Rumble, but he sent a message here that he wanted to be read from the stage. Well, happy Canada Day, I guess. Honestly, I don't know if Canada is salvageable after these last years. I, for one, would like my country back. But if we can't make that happen, we should have a place that resembles what our country was. To the people of Alberta, there are millions of us outside your boundaries hoping and praying you can make the dream of independence a reality, whether Canada recovers or not. When you do achieve this goal, we know you'll still always be family and would love to see you explode with actual pride and prosperity on your own terms moving forward. You'll have many of us making new homes there in the not too distant future, regardless of the outcome. Happy Alberta Day. So if any of you connected with him on Rumble or on X, just send him a message to say thank you. So I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Maxime Bernier, a former Conservative and now the leader of the PPC, the People's Party of Canada. Let's give him a big, huge Alberta welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello. How are you? How are you? So I'm very pleased to be here. That's a nice day, Canada Day. We must celebrate Canada Day. But I know that you're not so happy today because what is happening with our country. And that's why we decided to create the People's Party 7 years ago. Because like us, we are fed up, we are tired about the federal government in Ottawa that is not respecting our Constitution. And speaking about Constitution, I want to tell you a little story. As you may know, in 1995, we had a referendum in Quebec on the separation. And you guys and a lot of people outside Quebec came and said to Quebecers, we love you. You must stay in Canada. I must tell you that at that time in 1995, I voted yes. I voted yes. But I'm not a separatist. I voted yes because I believe in this country like the father of our Constitution did more than 150 years ago. They created a country with a federal government and provinces. And if you respect the Constitution, Alberta and Quebec will have more power, will have more autonomy. But that's not happening right now. And in 1995, that was the same. I was like you. I said, I want Ottawa to respect our Constitution. I will send a strong message in Ottawa by voting yes. Because I hope we'll have changes in line with the Constitution. I hope that we will have a radical decentralization. So 49% of Quebecers did like me. They voted yes for the separation. What happened? Nothing. We have today a federal government in Ottawa that is interfering more and more in provincial jurisdictions. That is telling you, Albertan, that what you must do and what you cannot do. That is not respecting, your vision of this country and the vision of the father of our country. They are imposing the Ottawa view and the Laurentian views on you, like they did on Quebec and other provinces. So I understand your frustration. And so for you, if you want to be serious, if you want to have real changes in this country, send a strong message to Ottawa. And that can start the August 18. You're going to have a by-election there. And Poilievre is the candidate for the Conservative, and he wants your support. But what the Conservative are doing to you, they won't change the equalization. $26 billion that you are giving to provinces, poor provinces, but half of that is going to Quebec, $13 billion. And I can tell you, Quebec is not a poor province. We are the only national political party that is saying we must end the equalization formula, change the formula, and cut the money. That's what you want here in Alberta. But Poilievre is not speaking about that. Poilievre is coming from Ottawa with the same logic than all these establishment politicians. What about climate change? For Poilievre, he won't impose a carbon tax, but he will be part of the Paris Accord and all these globalists and imposing more regulations on your business and on you. There's no climate emergency. It's a nice day today, and we'll have other nice days like that in the future. Let's send that message to Ottawa. And that's why I understand. You're saying, enough is enough. But if you vote yes, you'll have two options. Because if you vote yes, now Poilievre and the Liberals will have to listen to you. And they will have to give you what you want. And what you want is more autonomy. You want your own police force. You want your own pension plans. You want to control your natural resources. You want to get out of the Paris Accord. You don't want any more equalization formula. All that, they will have to give that to you and more. And by doing that, they will respect the Constitution. But if they are giving that to you, they will have to give that to every province. And like that, we'll have the country that we want. We'll have the country that our fathers who created that country wanted. And we'll have a country and a federal government that will respect the Constitution. So if you vote yes, you will start the real changes in this country to love our country again. And if Ottawa and Poilievre and the Liberals are not giving you what you want, you have the second option. You can say, okay, goodbye, I can do what I want, and I will be a sovereign country. So you'll have the two options. There's no risk for you. But you must start, and people who are living just nearby in the riding, when Jonathan is our candidate, the People's Party candidates, you can start sending that message at that by-election and support Jonathan. That will be a nice start, and there's no risk there. No risk. So why we decided to create the People's Party 7 years ago? It's because if you look at our platform, and I know that some of you know the Reform Party. The Reform Party by Manning. And Manning said, you know, he understands the separatist movement in Alberta, and he wanted to have a better country when he created the Reform Party. But the mistake that Mr. Manning did is to merge with the Conservative, and now all the Conservative Party, what they want is to be in power, and there's more seats in the GTA in Ottawa than in all Alberta. That's why Poilievre and the Conservative are taking your vote for granted, and they won't do anything for you. But when we decided to create the People's Party, I looked at the platform, the Reform platform, the blue books. I think you remember that little blue books. So I look at it and I said, that's the great platform for this country. And 95% of our platform, the People's Party platform, is coming from Preston Manning and the Blue Book. Because we know that if we respect the Constitution, we will have unity in this country and we will have prosperity. Now, look at what is happening. You have a federal government that is spending money that we don't have, creating this huge deficit. And the federal government does not have the courage to tax you for the money that is spending. What they're doing, they're spending money, they're creating huge deficit, adding to the debt, but you are paying right now for these deficits with the inflation tax. Inflation is a tax. You can keep your money in your pocket, but you won't be able to spend to buy the same amount of goods and services with that dollar. Your purchasing power is going down. Your standard of living is going down. All that because of a big fat federal government that is creating deficit and spending money to a war, for example, in Ukraine. Ukraine and Russia are not our enemies. We don't have to participate in that war. The federal government gives more than $15 billion for the war in Ukraine. We don't have that money. And they did that with the support of Poilievre Conservative. Pierre Poilievre is okay with the war. We are not. We believe in peace and prosperity. So my goal today, I'm with you, and the People's Party will be always with you, because what you want, it's what I want for this country. I want the federal government to be so small that they won't do anything against provincial jurisdictions. So, you know, we have so many challenges in our country, and every province are different. So that's why the father of our constitutions 150 years ago decided to have a radical decentralization, because the culture here in Alberta is different than the culture in Quebec. And if we want to keep that country together, we need to give more autonomy, more power, more jurisdictions to provincial government. And that's what we need to do in this country. And what is happening now? You have the federal government that is destroying the social fabrics of our country with mass immigration. Mass immigration is destroying our country. Our kids cannot have summer jobs. And if you look at the housing crisis, it's not only in Toronto and Calgary, it's becoming in little towns across the country. You cannot afford, and our kids and young generation cannot afford a house. It's because, it's supply and demand. To solve that, we need to have a moratorium on immigration. No more immigrants for a couple of years. And all these people that are coming here, they have health care services, and we don't. Our infrastructures are broken. Our social services cannot give what we need, we Canadians. And all these foreigners and migrants that are coming here, they have more services than you. So we need to stop that. We need to have a moratorium on immigration. But you know what also? We need to start the mass deportation. This year, we will have between 2 million foreigners, between 2 million and 5 million of them that are here in Canada, and their permit won't be in force anymore. So they are staying under a permit, for example, like international students or temporary foreign workers. But when your permit is not in force anymore, is expired, you need to leave the country. You need to go back to your country of origin. That's why you had a temporary permit. But all these people, they want to stay here in Canada. They're between 2 million to 5 million. And that's why I'm speaking about mass deportation. But for Polyev and Carney, they are pandering to them. They want them to stay. So they don't respect our legislation. If you are a student, a foreign student, you come here to study, and when you have your diploma, you go back to your country of origin. That was the case before, but now these fake students are doing protests, and they are saying, we want to stay. And Carney and Polyev are telling them, it's okay. You don't respect our legislation. You don't go back to your country of origin. But we will give you the permanent residency. We'll give you a nice gift for that. All that must end. They must respect our legislations, and they must respect us. So that's why we have a lot of big reform to do. And I want you, and I want Ottawa to take you seriously. So I hope that you'll have that referendum maybe in 2026, in a couple of months, on the sovereignty of your province, the independence of your province. But don't be chicken. Vote yes. There's no risk there. That will be a strong message, and when that referendum campaign will start, I will be the only federalist leader to tell you you are doing the right thing by voting yes, because it's the only way for Polyev and Ottawa and the Liberals to respect our Constitution, and by doing that, you will start reform all across the country to keep this country together. The real country that we love, not the country of today. So that's why it will be important for you to go out, stand up, and vote. Vote in line with your values. If you like this country, the country that we build together, vote yes, because Ottawa will respect you, and that's the only way to be taken seriously. I know it. I voted yes in 1995, and I decided to go in Ottawa with Harper in 2006 to try to have the country that we are supposed to have if you read the Constitution. But Harper was a good manager of a big fat government. What is the legacy of Stephen Harper right now? Nothing. Yes, he dismantled the weed board. That's the only legacy. Harper doesn't have a legacy. And Carney, during the last campaign, he was speaking, Polyev and Carney were speaking like they were the same uni party. So the bold reform are coming with you, with the support for the People's Party at the federal level, because we need you guys to have a better country. And now you have the opportunity at this by-election to support Jonathan, our candidate, and to tell Polyev, enough is enough. You cannot take our vote for granted anymore. And we will vote in line with our values. We will vote for what we believe. And I know that we, the People's Party, we lost 700,000 votes at the last election. Coming from Alberta, BC, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, they decided to vote Polyev. And I can tell you, I did a lot of rallies across the country during the last election. And here in Alberta, I've met people who told me, Maxime, I'm a founding member of the party. I always voted PPC in 2019, 2021. But for this election in 2025, I like you. I like your platform. But I cannot support you because I want to get rid of the Liberals. And I will vote strategically, and I will vote for Polyev. But after the election, I will come back with you and I will support you. But you know what? Strategic voting does not work. All these 700,000 people who didn't vote for the PPC at the last election like they did in 2021, they have Carney. They have Carney. They try to get rid of Carney and they have Carney. You must vote for what you believe. If you want to have real changes, you'll have more chances to have what you want if you vote for what you believe. And now, you know, yes, vote for the independence when you have that referendum. I will support you. And because of that, we may be able to have the country that we like. And if Ottawa and Carney and Polyev is not answering to that, they're not answering to that, you'll have the opportunity to be independent. And actually, you won't be the only one who will have a referendum in 2026. Because in my own province in Quebec, now, the PQ is very popular with a young, charismatic leader. And why the PQ is popular, and they're speaking about independence over there also, because of mass immigration. We are losing our province in Quebec. We are losing our francophone culture, and people are fed up with that, and they want to support the PQ. And in Quebec, the next provincial election will be in 2026, next year. And the leader of the PQ said, if I'm the next Prime Minister of Quebec, in a year after my election, you will have a referendum on the independence. So you may have your referendum on the independence in 2026, and maybe in Quebec in 2027. All that because Ottawa is not respecting us and our Constitution. All that because Ottawa is destroying our country with mass immigration, high deficit, high taxes, and, you know, we are losing our country because of them. So that's why I said during the last electoral campaign, the People's Party is your last hope at the federal level. If you vote for the People's Party, you'll be happy in this country because you'll have everything that you want. And if you have a referendum, don't hesitate to vote in line with your values. And that's why, when I'm traveling across the country, some people used to call me Bernier is the Albertan from Quebec. Because like you, I want to have respect from the federal government. And I want this country to survive. But if we have to vote yes to be sure that it will survive, let's do it. And don't forget, we will be always there to support you. What you're doing, it's important for the future of your province. And we are it's sad that we, the People's Party, we are the only national political party at the federal level who is understanding that. So, I wish you a nice day, a nice Canada Day, and maybe a day, if we don't do these changes, we won't have that country that we used to love, that we cannot love right now because of all these policies coming from Ottawa. But let's have a nice day and fight together for what we believe. Stay strong and free, and I wish you a nice and a big future for Alberta. Alberta, part of this country or not. Thank you very much. Enjoy the day. Happy Canada Day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bernier. Let's have another big round of applause for a real freedom fighter who's been in Ottawa many, many years, trying to make our country a better place. Thank you. So is Christine Anderson's group here? I got some wrong information. The honey tasting is actually taking place here, but I don't think they're here yet. Oh, here they are. They're coming. So now I have to fill the stage with a bunch of chatter. I'm a farmer. I'm a man of very few words, so we might have a few moments of silence. What? I have many meaningful conversations with my cows. They think I'm an amazing speaker. One thing I'd want to say right now is as we move forward towards this referendum next year under the leadership of the APP, I don't think we have an understanding of how much money it's going to cost the people who want independence. To run a campaign, I've been told you have to plan for at least $10 a vote. So when we think of 1.6 million votes to get to yes, we're looking at a minimum of a $16 million budget that has to be spent to convince the people who are in the middle right now. So there are groups going all over the province right now, usually on fumes in their gas tank and loonies in their pockets. It costs money to put on these events. One, if you see a group that is asking for some funds to put on an event, please be generous and support them. One person I want to point out right now, and he didn't ask for this, but I'm going to do it for him, Joel Mullen. Joel, wave your hat. He was your MC this morning for people who were not here this morning. But Joel is out organizing town halls and meetings, and his organization is looking for funds to help fund that. So if you're able to be generous and help, please go talk to Joel. So, what do we need for the honey tasting? Do we need a table? I see Cory Morgan coming to the stage. Unfortunately, I'm a little in the dark about this part, so we'll see what comes up.
Hey guys, I'm Mike from Freedom Honey. We're a veteran brand apiary out in Beaver County. We do a podcast, other stuff. Kind of a little bit background about us. We started our honey company a few years ago during COVID. Kind of our way to give back to vets. Personally, myself and my business partner Pedro, we're kind of disgusted with the way that the current state of the Canadian Armed Forces are, but we're always willing to help veterans. From there, we found out that beekeeping is actually really good for PTSD. And so we get my vet buddies, we get them out to the farm, get them in the beekeeping suit, we drink cheap beer, hang out and do bee stuff. and it turns out it's really good and therapeutic. From there, we started. My business partner was one of the veterans that got kicked out of the Army for not getting the experimental jab. We documented everything, and we started fighting back. About a year later, the convoy happened. Veterans for Freedom reached out to us and asked us if we wanted to join and kind of help them promote everything the good that they were doing. So I do a podcast on their network and stuff. From there, it just became one thing after another. You guys can check us out on X, Freedom Honey, at Live Free Honey. And currently I'm in the, how would I say it? Cory Morgan and myself are at possibly what is the greatest challenge of all time for a title of greatest amateur beekeeper in Alberta, between him and I. Yeah, thank you. This is for all the beans. And we have our wonderful selection of celebrity judges. We have Derek Smith, the Unacceptable Fringe. Tamara Leach, the Queen of the Convoy herself. And of course, Christine Anderson, as you all listen to her. Wonderful, wonderful people. So this is going to be a blind taste test. Cory's been trying to fix the books all morning. So if we can have all three judges up here, please. You're going down, Morgan.
You'll note a third place Millerville Fair Award. This is award-winning, honey. It's been eating Mike up ever since.
Mid-tier. 3 out of 5. Mid-tier.
6.
No. And also, what happens at the Millerville Fair, I'm sorry, it's some shady business.
And just in case, the honey is really disgusting, I brought some German beer to wash it down.
I'll give you that. All right, how do you want to do this, old man?
Again, some nice plastic spoons. None of that hemp stuff or whatever the hell we're supposed to use now. We have one, they're both raw honey. They're both Albertan honey. One on the left, one on the right. Maybe take a couple spoons. You don't want to cross-contaminate because we know that Mike's is sort of subgrade. And make your judgment.
For the record, Cory's bees are Russian, so I do have to worry about them invading my hives.
I've heard that you've been giving them performance-enhancing supplements, so we might have to test after this. And I heard your drones are identifying as workers.
Don't you be talking about my drones.
All right, well, shall we get to it? Try one on the left, try one on the right, and... maybe we'll wait till everybody's tasted before you guys make your judgments. Both honeys have absolutely no Eastern content. Our bees can't fly that far. I've also make beeswax lip balms, and I know Mike is going to be chapped after this, so I will give you a freebie. It's worse jobs to have than being a honey taster, eh? Okay, and we got 3 people, so there won't be a tie. Wait, I was told I was here for a check. We'll talk later. You guys made your minds up, okay?
All right, I tasted both of these honeys, and note I did not wash it down with beer, so they weren't that bad. Neither one of them was. I'm a little biased though, because the consistency of this honey is more to my appealing. So in taste-wise, terribly sorry, but I'm gonna go with this. This honey is the one I like. This is the one you should get, actually. So I go with this one.
Thank you. They were both really, really good. That's a tough call. I love the taste of them both, but I'm going to go with the same decision. I like the consistency of this, and it has a nice little aftertaste. Yeah. I liked it. They're both good, though.
Okay, so somebody's check bounced, so I do have to go with one over the other. No, I'm kidding. I got it. They're both equally amazing, but I do like the consistency of this brand better.
I'll let him explain.
So by unanimous decision,
say it.
Mike has the better honey than mine. I got to work on my consistency, apparently. I'm gonna have a solid talking with my girls at the Hives when I get home.
Oh, we're doing a group photo. Somebody please hold this.
Oh.
Let's actually step up front, so otherwise...
You guys go in front and we'll move this back. Step in front, we'll pull the podium back.
Yeah. Careful my beer, don't
Okay.
spill my beer.
No, that would be tragic.
Yeah.
No canola in my neighborhood, no. It's mostly dandelion for mine, but apparently the dandelions aren't very good in my area.
I feel wonderful. Thank you. You are wonderful. You are wonderful. You are wonderful.
Let's give the judges and both of the contestants a big round of applause. I think we're seeing the start of an annual competition. The Freeom honey. Oh, and the beer got spilt. Apparently this is a disaster. If you were down in Calgary last week at the Courage to Listen, you were able to hear this gentleman speak in person. And I'd like to call to the stage Mr. Ben Trudeau. Don't let the name scare you. Don't let the name scare you.
Yeah, I guess not a lot of applause on my family name. I didn't choose it. To set the record straight, I'm a first cousin 13 removed. That's how it played off. I come from Quebec. I've been in Alberta. Moved here in 2008, and in Quebec I've done a lot of politics. Very long. I was raised in a very political family, not because of our name, but because of my dad's work, who worked for all Prime Minister of Quebec since the 60s, and all Premier of Quebec, and then all Prime Minister of Canada since, except Stephen Harper, as a speechwriter. I was very involved in Quebec in 1992 against the Charlottetown Accord when I was 20 years old. And in 1995, I was less than 20, I was 18. In 1995, I was very, very involved in the referendum, being one of the founding members of a political formation in Quebec named ADQ. And we became the balance of power at the time because the yes camp was missing 6% of the population to win a yes, and this is what we received. Our brand new party, 6 months old, is what we received at the 94 election. So we were dragged in the 1995 referendum, and we are the one. Our leader was 24 years old. His name is Mario Dumont. And we were the one who influenced the question and for what the question was. In fact, the first time that question was put on a computer and photocopied was on my own computer, because we had a Congress to accept the question that weekend. I will give you a little bit of history that I know that most Albertans don't know about Quebec and about the Sovereignist movement. First, the Sovereignist movement in Quebec is this year 266 years old. It started on September 13, 1759 on the plain of Abraham in Quebec. The Quebecers went to war against the English in 1837 to keep some power and they helped George Washington in the Independence War with their allied, the Indians, that have been allied with the French since the beginning. This is where the Métis Nation comes from. So technically, the French are, let's say, second nation, if you want to use the narrative. And then in the 1837, there was a war, a rebellion. It's called the Patriots' War in Quebec. So in Quebec, we have the Patriot Day instead of Victoria Day to celebrate that. At the end of that Patriot War, 99 of the Patriots were condemned to death, 12 were hung, including the 12 leader of the movement in Montreal. And after that, the English decided to wage another type of war against the French, and just to make them subservient to their regime. It's culminated in 1899. The life expectancy of a French Canadian in Montreal working in these shops was 19 years old. And at the First World War, French were forced to enroll and couldn't speak French in the Canadian Army. My son is the Army today. I'm kind of glad of what he's doing. I'm proud that he can still now work. He works in English, but he could have choose to work in French. So I'm giving you that backdrop to tell you that what will happen, what is happening in the referendum. In 1968, when Trudeau became Prime Minister, he knew exactly what he was doing. First thing that he did, he moved the militaries down to Montreal from Ottawa to make sure that he could have the army willing and ready to intervene, which he did on October 16, 1970, when he launched 12,000 militaries over Quebec under the war measures. The Liberal government sent a list of 459 people to arrest that night, which were arrested. The one that stayed in jail the longest stayed for 14 years. Some were extradited to Cuba, and that was the independentist movement in Quebec. So when came the 1980 movement of René Lévesque, the referendum, the first thing they've done, they put a project of society in front of people, which they brought the referendum in 1980. So Quebec, after fast forward, after losing the 1995 referendum, by the way, the participation rate was 93%. They lost by 55,000 votes on 4 million vote casted, 4.1 million. After the 95 referendum, the position of the government, mainly after 1998 judgment that led to the Clarity Act of 2000, the Quebec government took another strategy. They said, well, we lost this one, so what we'll do, we'll make sure to make the most of our constitution. And for one thing that they've done after the judgment of 98, in 99, they privatized all of their crown corporations, including Hydro-Quebec, to remove them from the calculation of the equalization payment. After that, they put in place structures to shield them from Ottawa, which all structures has been fighted at Supreme Court day one because we have a constitution right now, mainly since 1982, where Quebec didn't sign for it. That cannot be, that is not very solid to prevent provinces to do what isn't their right to do. If you look at Quebec, the latest move they've done, the day after we pass our here for the Sovereignty Act within the United Canada, the following day in Quebec, they actually passed a law that any MLA in Quebec don't have to pay allegiance to the Queen at the time anymore. In 2023, they kicked out the lieutenant governor, so right now all laws in Quebec don't need royal assent. And on May 27, 2025, 2 weeks ago, what they've done when the king started speech in Ottawa, they stopped all works in the Legislative Assembly, and they voted a motion to kick the crown out, which motion was delivered in hand to King Charles after his speech. So I believe that we are in a situation here where you don't even realize how much of Canada you have in here, and how much we can do without changing any structure, just by affirming what our Constitution gives us the right to do. You do realize that when you get pulled over on a range road, on a gravel road in Alberta, you actually let Ottawa in when you get your ticket. That's what you're doing, having the RCMP in this province. When I was 16, in fact, it's funny because we used to race with the RCMP cars in Montreal, and I got a bunch of tickets when I moved here in 2008 because I never pay attention to RCMP cars. They cannot pull you over in Quebec. So there are some very quick steps that can be taken. When Quebec decided not to join the Canadian Pension Plan in 1965, they created the Caisse de dépôt placement, and that Quebec pension plan right now has a fund of 600 billion with 24% of the population. The Canadian pension plan have a fund of 700 billion with 75% of the population. Which one did the better job? The other rule in the Caisse de dépôt is that they need to invest in Quebec first, then in Canada, then the rest. So when you actually go to the Cross Island Mill in Calgary, this is owned by the Quebec pension plan. When you decide to go to the outlet near the airport in Edmonton, this is owned by the Quebec pension plan. They own for 77 billion of real estate. On that, here in the province, they own for over 15 billion of real estate in Alberta. So they have a policy to invest Quebec first. In 1999, they had a cable distribution company named Videotron in Quebec, and Rogers from Toronto, which is foreign entity in Quebec. You have to understand, in Quebec, everything outside of the border of Quebec is foreign entity. So Rogers from Toronto came to buy the cable distributor Videotron. The Premier stepped in, stopped the transaction, gave the money to a Quebec company to buy it, and that company remained in Quebec. So we need to be Albertan. No, before I moved here, I was a true Quebecer. I fought for Quebec independence. And after that, I fought and I worked with the government to create structures to be able to take the most that we could and render our more sovereign day after day. Quebec is on that sense, is a great example to follow, not in terms of the wokeness and all the socialism that they develop, which is like embedded in them, like you cannot change them. I've been here for 20 years for a reason. No, I cannot stand it. But structurally speaking, it's brilliant. So tomorrow we could start taking our own taxes, and we don't need a referendum for that. The only need we need is a majority government that is willing to say, tomorrow we can get out of the Canada pension plan. We don't need a referendum. Oh, that's right. So they put a referendum mandatory after saying that. So Law 2, Bill 1 in Alberta, sovereignty within Canada. Bill 2, we need a referendum to get out of CPP, which was not necessary. To get out of CPP, it's a copy and paste of a paragraph and signage from the Premier. That's all you need to get out of CPP. So we can get our own provincial police. Right now, if you go to Quebec to the Trudeau airport, there used to be RCMP officer, no more. When you go out of the plane, you see provincial police there at the airport. There's no more RCMP. There was all the places that the feds have their nose in. So you know that this past Friday, we sent $440 million to Toronto. And you know what? Next Friday, we send another $440 million to Toronto. And you know what? The next Friday, we send another $440 million to Toronto. You know why? Because our royalties are deposited at the CIBC when we have an ATM in the province. So keep on feeding the beast and cry on their side. If we want sovereignty, if we're serious of our freedom, our liberty, we'll start thinking Albertans, and we'll start keeping stuff here and doing stuff that will change the way we operate in this country. Because if this province just start doing what Quebec does, it will cripple that country. They won't be able to function anymore. And you know what? In a negotiation, the one that asks to sit at your table, always the loser. So let ask come and sit at our table. Let's put the other one in a situation where they have to come and ask to sit at our table because they have no more money to pay their payroll. So that's what I have to say.
Thank you very much, Ben. Our next speaker today is a man I'm sure everyone's familiar with, one of the founding organizers of the Alberta Prosperity Project. It is with great pleasure that I introduce to you Dr. Dennis Modry.
Well, howdy, everybody. Great to see everybody out here today. So I really enjoyed listening to Maxime and to Ben. They had a lot of good things to say, but let me ask a couple of questions to start things off. How many people here are already on the independence train? Raise your hand. Okay, how many people here think that we can get a better deal by negotiating a better deal within Canada? All right, Maxime, did you see that? All right. Now, the reason I'm bringing it up this way is because Nigel Hannaford, who's the editor of the Western Standard, asked me to comment on what Maxime Bernier's perspective is regarding Alberta sovereignty as a lever to negotiate a better deal within Canada. And so what I want to address is that he's partially right, but not in the way he thinks it's possible. And let me tell you why. So we got to go back in time just a little bit. In 1995, as you know, Quebec had their secession, the second secession referendum. Right. So we go back to 1995, and there was that Quebec secession referendum, missed by a fraction of a percentage point. But from that, the federal government asked the question, does a province have the right to unilaterally leave Canada? And they posed that question to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court did an analysis, and from that analysis was born the Clarity Act. So we at the Alberta Prosperity Project have been laboring under the view that the legal pathway for Alberta to leave Canada is through the Clarity Act, which defines a pathway. And many of you will know that that pathway includes a clear question on sovereignty, a clear outcome, and demonstration that you've negotiated with other interested parties, such as First Nations and other political parties, etc. All right, so that's understandable. Let's go now to the point where we actually have just had a referendum on sovereignty, okay? Let's make the assumption that Mr. Bernier has stated that Alberta has a successful referendum on sovereignty and now is in a position to negotiate a better deal in Canada. Let's see how that might work. Now we go back to the Clarity Act, and the fourth paragraph of the preamble, the last line says these words: negotiations might lead to secession. Well, what the heck does that mean? It also means that negotiations might not lead to secession. In other words, if it doesn't lead to secession, then the will of the people of Alberta is thwarted and we're not able to move forward because we couldn't get there. We couldn't negotiate a better deal. Now, is it possible for the Premier to negotiate and say, well, we'll take two things that we want, ending Bill C-69 and Bill C-48, and we'll leave out the other 50 things that Albertans want? That really wouldn't be a negotiation on Alberta sovereignty. But what's important to understand is that in all of this, Section 4A and 4B of that Clarity Act makes it very clear that you can't be going into a referendum if the purpose is to negotiate a better deal in Canada. So already you're hooped just on that one key point. But there is a solution. In other words, there is a solution if, for example, we have that successful referendum, negotiations begin because the federal government and the province and the other provinces are obligated to negotiate, presumably in good faith, but if they don't, and we don't get to a point where we've got a deal with the rest of Canada and the other provinces, then that Quebec secession analysis, Section 154 and 155, says something really, really important to understand. Section 154 says if a region is dominated, subjugated, exploited, and their self-determination compromised, then that region has the right to leave through a successful referendum on sovereignty. Section 155 then says if there is that successful referendum and those other terms are met, then international recognition of Alberta as a sovereign nation confers political and legal legitimacy according to international law. So, if we think about it, then what it means is that Alberta would then be in a position to say, following failed negotiations, well, today we are declaring our independence unilaterally, and the United States and some other countries have acknowledged our sovereignty. This is what happened with Kosovo in February 2008 when they had a referendum and declared sovereignty, and a month later Canada and Japan recognized the sovereignty. So now let's get back to Mr. Bernier's question. Is it possible to negotiate a better deal? In other words, for the federal government to give us the concessions that we want? It is, but under one situation, that Alberta is already a sovereign country and has been declared so and has been recognized internationally. Then, under those circumstances, Alberta could entertain a question from the federal government. And the federal government's question would be, we would like Alberta to join Confederation under the current terms and cost of membership. And would you want to join Confederation under the current terms and cost of membership? No, you wouldn't. However, what if the federal government said, we'll give you everything that you want, and the only thing that we'll do is we'll look after the military and we'll schedule the meetings of the provinces. Would that be acceptable? So not even that's acceptable. Mr. Bernier, you got a tough time convincing Alberta that we can negotiate a better deal within Canada. Thank you very much for your attention.
We just have two questions here for Dr. Modry.
All right, so the question that I got is, we always hear to fight. What are some of the specific things to do moving forward? We need workshops teaching us what to do and how to speak to non-believers. Well, we've got about 18,000 volunteers now, and we've got about 50 or 60 people on our operational team. And in terms of educating the volunteers, there are ongoing educational town halls and podcasts, Zoom conferences, in order to achieve just that. With respect to dealing with people who are on the fence or who are non-believers in Alberta sovereignty, pose this question to them. Are you more aligned and emotionally attached to Canada, or are you more emotionally and aligned to your family? Because in a sovereign Alberta, you will be able to provide far more in terms of ensuring their future and providing the goods and services that they want than you will ever be able to do in Canada under the current framework. And I think that's a really good way to start off. Another way to look at it is, for example, I'm just using this as a number to make a point. If you're making $100,000 a year, and currently you would be paying probably somewhere between $30,000 and $40,000 in taxes. And when I say taxes, I don't just mean personal income tax or if it's a business corporate tax, but it's all the other 18 or so taxes that we're also paying. Carbon tax, fuel tax, various tariffs, GST, etc., etc. So if you're making $100,000 and you're paying $30,000 to $40,000 per year in taxation of all items, but you could be paying only 10 to 12 or maybe maximum 15% across the board, and everything is cheaper because there are no more GST, there are no more taxes on everything that you're paying for that you don't even realize, including the cost of regulation. What would be more appealing to you? What is the point of staying within a Canada that wants to subjugate you, to dominate you, and to exploit you, and to prevent your self-determination? So I think, these are some ways to approach the subject. It's not easy, and you always have to be sensitive, to what people are concerned about. But when they bring up a point, that sometimes gives you the opportunity to weigh in and say, well, listen, there's another solution, and then you can talk to them and refer them to the Alberta Prosperity Project website. So that would be my answer to that question. No,
two more.
Oh.
So there's two more questions. So the first one is, after we vote yes in a referendum, how do we achieve what we want? Is Danielle Smith part of it?
That's a good question. After we vote yes in a referendum, is Danielle Smith part of it? Well, we're hoping that she will be, and we've got two documents that are coming out that are going to help stimulate her. One is a fully costed analysis of what it looks like to be in Alberta right now under federal control that we are, and what it looks like if we're a sovereign country. And that is going to be, I think, released this Thursday at a press conference in Calgary. And I think that that will be extremely persuasive to the provincial government and to the population to support Alberta sovereignty. The second document that we're going to release probably a week or two after that is an interim constitution for Alberta to get out from under the parliamentary type of democracy that is so susceptible to corruption. But the form of a constitutional republic that we are proposing has far more checks and balances even than the U.S. Constitution. So I think you're going to really like it. And this interim constitution would help the provincial government, following a successful referendum, to transition to the new constitutional republic. And during that period of use of the interim constitution, a full constitutional conference would be convened, is the idea, in which all interested parties would have an opportunity to weigh in. What my expectation would be is that the interim constitution would form a foundation for the public to weigh in on changes that they think would be necessary to be supported by the majority of the Alberta public. So these are two things that I think would be very persuasive to the UCP government, because they haven't been working on this, but we've been working on this for a long, long time now, and it's ready for prime time. So I hope you all like it, and you'll see the first one on Thursday, the next one a week or two later.
And the final question, can you please comment about Thomas Lukaszyk's petition and how it affects the APP's petition?
All right, so that's a really good question. Okay, so Thomas Lukaczyk is obviously someone who's not in favor of Alberta sovereignty. And he's drawn a hard line in the sand, and he's been doing his thing with the Elections Alberta, and he submitted numerous questions, but he submitted the most recent one, which got approved under the current legislation. Now, when you look at the Citizens Initiative Act, you see that you can have a petition that forces change of policy or legislation, but does not change the Constitution. And so what we're after with APP is a change to the Constitution. And that change to the Constitution means that Alberta is removed from the Constitution because we're a sovereign country. That's what it means. So with respect to Thomas Lukaszyk's question, his question is along the lines of, do you agree that Alberta should remain in Canada? Okay, so that's a policy question, or it could be a legislative question. So he has to collect about 270,000 signatures in 90 days. Now, he may be able to do that, and if he does that, then in 2026, there will be a referendum on that question, because the Premier has said we will respect the result of the petition and we will respect the result of a referendum. However, the provincial government has the latitude also to change the question. And they may change the question to something along the lines of, do you agree that Alberta should become a sovereign nation and cease to be a province of Canada? Which actually is a question that aligns with the Clarity Act. You see, Thomas Lukaszyk's question doesn't align with the Clarity Act. What he wants to do is he wants to change policy or have the government put in legislation that will prevent a referendum on sovereignty. That's what he's trying to do. Now, we're going to be submitting, because on Friday, February the 4th, Elections Alberta, Bill 54, the changes to the Citizens Initiative Act will be proclaimed into law. So that lowers the threshold for constitutional change from 600,000 to, from 600,000 to 10% of the number of people who voted in the last election, which is 177,000. That's a number that many of you have probably heard. So we'll be submitting our question on Friday at the time that the that Bill 54 is proclaimed into law, which lowers that threshold to 177,000. Then it's going to be really interesting, folks. It's going to be really interesting to see how Elections Alberta handles two questions. One question from Lukasik deals with policy and potential legislation change. Our question deals with constitutional change. So what could happen? What could happen is Lukasik's question goes first, and then he may be successful with the petition to force a referendum. If not, then our question will go, or perhaps two questions will go at the same thing. We've tried to get an answer from Elections Alberta on this, and of the 5 questions that I posed to Elections Alberta, the response from every one of them, well, we'll have to discuss with legal counsel. So they didn't have an answer to any one of the questions. So it's an interesting conundrum that we kind of find ourselves in. But you know, at the end of the day, if we are completely stymied to go ahead with a referendum on secession, there is only one other solution, and that is for the entire membership and registrants of the Alberta Prosperity Project, which is over 250,000, to form a new party. There you go.
Thank you very much, Dr. Modry. Let's give him a big round of applause. We could have kept Dr. Modry on stage answering questions for about 2 or 3 hours, but we do have some other speakers that we need to get to. So our next speaker is the leader of the Alberta Republican Party. He recently ran in the Olds Didsbury Three Hill by-election. It is my pleasure to introduce Mr. Cam Davies.
Tim, thank you. I was told that I took Pierre Poilievre's speaking spot today, so I don't know if he's here. If he wants to speak, he can have the mic, but it's a missed opportunity, I think. By-elections are interesting because a lot of folks don't show up. And just out of curiosity here, a show of hands, who in the audience, not to put you on the spot, but who in the audience is over the age of 65? Okay, at the end of my short talk, I have a challenge for you. So, we recently spent a lot of time talking to voters in a very conservative riding. And I am very conservative, so it was a lot of great conversations. And what we found in the relation to the independence discussion was that there's still a lot of fear out there. There's still a lot of questions that people have about Alberta independence. And I know I don't have to convince many of you that Canada and Confederation is broken and we need out, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about that. I feel like we're in good company here, and we mostly agree on that topic. The question is how do we get there? And we get asked that question a lot, that, well, there's talk of petitions, and as Dr. Modry just mentioned, there's some skullduggery at play there with what the left is trying to do with muddying the waters on petitions. There's talk of multiple petitions coming forward at the end of the year with the Alberta Putting Alberta Next discussion panel. And the unfortunate reality is that the only thing that's missing in this entire equation has been, for the last couple years, is the political will. Because we had a referendum on equalization, and all it took was the stroke of a pen. And Albertans voted to end this current equalization scheme, and nothing happened. And so now we're being told that, well, to get a referendum on something meaningful as independence, we've got to go out there and force the petition and then force the referendum to happen. Well, that's simply just, it's not true. It's passing the buck. And as Mr. Modry mentioned, that if this is how things go with the petition, you need a new party. Well, there is already a party here, and we're working hard, and APP members are welcome to join. We're not at odds with APP. We're working hand in glove. We're two horses attached to the same cart. We're pulling in the direction of independence. But what we have in a independence party is the pressure to force the political will, because right now that doesn't exist in the UCP. And so we're forcing the conversation at the ballot box where every other politician is afraid to talk about it. And instead of passing the buck, we're saying, no, you elect your local representatives to fight for you. And if you believe in independence, you should be finding candidates that believe the same. Now, there's about 20 or so UCP MLAs that do believe in independence. And those MLAs should be encouraged to stand up and speak up and fight for independence. And the ones who are against independence, it's up to each and every one of us to hold them accountable. And so our party, just finishing a short by-election, we managed to capture 1/3 of the independence voters in Old Didsbury Three Hills in a very short amount of time. And we were very encouraged by that. We're very encouraged by that. And so for us, it's just the start line. Next week, we're building out, I think, 8 or 9 constituency associations across central Alberta. And going into August, we'll be doing another batch of 8 to 10. Our party membership is just shy of 25,000 members and growing. And it's a conversation that needs to be had. That if we have a current government that's afraid to carry the conversation on Alberta independence, then we need to have a coalition government that's not afraid to talk about it. And if the options for petitions and referendums and forcing those referendums to happen via the citizen-led referendum is not available, then the only solution left is to force the political conversation. That is the only solution left. And so we're building towards that because, frankly, we've been led down the garden path by too many promises. We were promised a pension plan during the 2022 leadership race, and not a whole lot's happened on that. And so we're working towards forcing that political will. So my challenge to each and every one of you who raised your hands, in the by-election, I found that between 15 to 20% of those in that particular age group, 65 and older, were in favor of Alberta independence in one of the most conservative ridings in the province. And if that holds true across the province, we have a lot of work to do. And this is a movement that is a hopeful movement. It's not one that is needing to be mired down in the negativity about what Canada was and why it's broken. But this is a movement that needs to focus on the mission of independence, because the prosperity and the positivity that's going to bring for you and your grandchildren and your children. And we can focus on that positive message. And if each and every one of you who rose your hand finds one person that's your age that disagrees with independence and convinces them, you know what, independence for Alberta is a good thing, that is going to make an incredible difference. Because across Alberta right now, young families are having to work 2 and 3 jobs. They don't attend town halls because someone's got to watch the kid and someone's got to clean the dishes and someone's got to get ready for school the next day. But if we have the ability to reach our groups, our demographics, where they're at, and talk about why Alberta independence impacts them positively, when we get to a referendum, we will win it. We absolutely will. And it's not an if. Throughout history, when movements advance to a certain point of momentum, they are not able to be stopped. And the Alberta independence movement is there, it's growing, but we can't let the foot off the gas. We have to keep attending meetings, not just to attend and listen, but to take away tools that we can help have conversations with those who are not convinced. We have to break out of our circle, out of our network that we're used to talking to, and talk to those who are on the fence, the people who are not quite there yet. There's a lot of fear. There's a lot of uncertainty. There's a lot of questions that we're not going to have answers to today. And that's okay, because this is the beginning of a political revolution. Talking about independence is a radical thing to do. And that's what we're engaged in. We're engaged in taking a risk. It's not a safe endeavor. Is it better for Alberta? Is it better for our kids and grandkids? Absolutely it is. But it does not come without risk, and it won't be easy. And so we don't need to sugarcoat things to those who are uncertain and afraid? Well, we can tell them that it is doable. We can articulate the facts as to why it needs to be done and how it will benefit their family and future generations to come. Because not everything is about me, myself, and I in this moment. And so we have to have those conversations, and I would encourage each and every one of you, expand your network. Talk to those outside of your local group of friends and family and associates that are already on side with you. It's very easy to get brought into well, all of my friends think independence is a good idea. Okay, then find some friends who aren't, because that's how we're going to win this thing. And that's what's required. So thank you very much. I appreciate your time today, Tim, and everyone coming here to support Whistle Stop. Chris has been a phenomenal voice for independence and freedom. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davies. Our next speaker works here with the Whistle Stop. It's Laura Johnson, the vendor manager from the Whistle Stop Cafe. Let's give her a big round of applause.
This is the first time that I've actually spoken to this group of people, so you'll have to bear with me if I lose my train of thought or if I'm going to stumble on my words. I want to thank everybody that has come, and I want to thank my vendors that have all come, and I want to thank Chris for everything that he has done right from the time of the beginning. It was his voice that I heard when I was sitting in my living room and I was crying because I was trying to figure out where everybody was that was wanting to say no. I have been standing up to people in positions of authority that have abused their position since I have been in grade 1. And I am so blessed to be able to see everybody here, both the people that are in Alberta and both those that have come overseas to come and celebrate with us of our stand. The tides have turned. When we were in the COVID part, and they were trying to mandate us to have the vaccination, I did not want the vaccination because I had medical concerns that vaccination would interfere with. I went to my doctor and he asked me why, and I told him why, and I started crying because I already made a decision that if I was going to be taken to the train station, I was going to the train station because I will not comply. I will not comply. My doctor said to me, he said, Laura, it's okay, because there is a big movement coming, and you don't have to go to the train station. And I was grateful, and he has stood by my side right to this dying day today, this living day today, not dying, because, well, they're going to, sorry, that was that trip, right? But anyways, I was blessed to have such a doctor. I know that there's other people that weren't so blessed. And then I heard Chris's voice. I was going through a life event, and I had a voice, and I wanted to shout out, and I didn't know how, and I was scared. And then Chris and all the other, my mouth is dry. Sorry. But I heard his voice, and it was so far away, and I was trying to reach him, And one day I woke up, and I had a craving for pancakes. I don't like pancakes. And I looked at my phone, and I looked at Facebook, and there was Chris. And he was talking about how he had a pancake breakfast by donation. I had a quarter tank of fuel in my Jeep, and I timed it out to see if that quarter tank would get me here. I had $20 left in my pocket. And I thought, if I got to buy gas, I'm going to support Chris with my last $20. And I was here, and I met Chris. And I've developed a really good relationship with Chris because we are aligned. We are all aligned for the prosperity, freedom, and growth. And we know what's happening. I no longer have to look at the ugliness that they're trying to give to us. I don't have to accept that as my life. I don't have to accept it for my grandchildren or my great-grandchildren. I get to move forward at the solutions, and I get to watch the mechanisms and the cogs and the wheels that are happening here with everybody here as visitors or as people that are coming here in businesses, and we are standing strong and we are standing tall, and we will not stop. I want to thank you so much and supporting me as I go through this, and because this is my opportunity to, my voice was shut down for quite a while. When the Freedom Convoy was happening, And again, I'm sitting inside my living room and I'm watching what's going on, and I'm watching all the wonderful victories that we had. They were small, and I saw everything that was coming at us. And for every time that I saw a victory, I was watching hockey, and I was like, score! It was freaking, I was alone in my living room, and I was dancing for joy every time we made a movement. And James Trop, if you can hear me, I absolutely love you for your march and for your standing up and carry on with your uniform. I know what that uniform means, and I know what that uniform stands for, and I'm absolutely loving my brothers and sisters in arms. And I also know that they have also gone through the same trials and tribulations as we as citizens have gone through. The last part of my, not the last part, because there's many parts of my journey that is still to unfold. But the one thing that has come to me by divine channeling, by divine inspiration, it fell into my lap. And I want to tell you briefly, there is a new app that is being launched globally. And it is going to bring back the communications to the customers, to the people, and to the people in business. Right now, we are censored. We are blocked. The customers cannot find you, small businesses. The algorithms has been designed so we can communicate with each other. We no longer have to rely on the giants that they want us to go to. We now have a new way. It is at this moment that I ask for you to keep in your mind, whether you do it now or later, to go to www.bisbee.com and please register your name and your email address. We are on the last phase before we launch. And please, you will receive the link and you will be able to browse for the businesses, and we will bring back the communications and the commerce to the small, medium-sized businesses, to the farmers that you're looking to sell your hay, to the homesteaders, to the mom and pops, and to the family businesses, to the restaurant owners. It's for everyone. Globally, we are in 15 different countries right now. So please, it is for freedom, prosperity, and growth. www.bisbee.com. And I am a founding biz rep. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Laura. So next, I would like to invite Cate Graham from the I Am Albertan stall over there. She's going to come up and say a prayer for Alberta.
Thank you. I think some of you know this prayer. Are you ready? Oh Lord, won't you bring us independence? Ottawa is killing us. We must make amends. Worked hard all our lifetimes, no help from those friends. Oh Lord, won't you bring us independence? Oh Lord, won't you get us a way to be free from Ottawa, from the Liberals, from the NDP. I wait for delivery each day until 3. Oh Lord, won't you get us a way to be free? Oh Lord, won't you give us just one night without no clowns? No Nenshi, no Gilbo, no Trudeau to bring me down. Or Carney, prove that you love me and get them the hell out of town. Oh Lord, won't you give me just one night without no clowns? Everybody, oh Lord, won't you bring me independence? Ottawa is killing us. We must make amends. Worked hard all our lifetimes, no help from those friends. Oh Lord, won't you bring us independence? Thank you.
Thank you, Cate. So it is with great pleasure I'd like to introduce our keynote speaker for this afternoon, Christine Anderson, all the way from across the pond in Germany. Maybe I was mixing my my phrases there. Christine has been a fighter for freedom, against an evil institutional system, and it's a system that our Prime Minister wants to entangle Canada with. So I think she's got a very important message for all of us today. So let's give her a big round of applause. Christine Anderson.
So once again, hello Albertans. I really have to say I feel really blessed to be amongst you. And I'm saying that because, yeah, I have to admit it is kind of hard to constantly receive this backlash. I mean, there's colleagues of mine in the EU Parliament from the other parties or whatever. They can't even stand being in the same room with me. They will leave the elevator. Oh, there are some people that can't hear me, so I need to speak up. Is that what it is? No problem. So anyway, there's colleagues of mine. They can't even stand to be in the same room with me. And there are colleagues. They will leave the elevator the minute I step on. They're that ridiculous. And of course, what they're trying to achieve by doing that is to shame me, right? And to get me possibly into just kind of going, well, they don't like me anymore, so maybe I should shut up. Well, I got news for you. This one is never gonna shut up, ever, ever. Because the point is simply this. Oh, this mic keeps cutting out. They usually only do that in EU Parliament. My mic. I need to get back 2 feet, but then the people can't see me. My voice will just have to do. Alrighty. So anyhow, I mean, you know, we actually have been very blessed because we all got to grow up in freedom, democracy, and rule of law. And this was not a given. Our fathers and forefathers had to fight for this. And they literally spilled their blood over it to wrestle it from the former elites. And now it really saddens me to look at our societies. And I really have to say, especially in the Western democracies, we have become spoiled, rotten brats. Because we think it just all fell out of the blue sky on one fine day. No, it did not. It had to be fought for. And people gave their lives so that their children and their children's children could enjoy freedom, democracy, and the rule of law. So what the heck gives us the right to not defend it and fight for it? That is our duty, ladies and gentlemen. You know, just looking at our countries, I mean, it was a gift. It was a gift given to us from our fathers and grandfathers. But it was not a gift for us to keep and squander away. It was a gift we were supposed to hold dearly and to pass on to our children. And I will die trying to defend that so my children will get to enjoy freedom, democracy, and the rule of law. And I do have a message for those who, for the lack of a better word, I call the globalitarian misanthropists. And who I exactly mean by that, I couldn't even tell you because I have no idea who these people are. It's not Carney. It's not even Trudeau or Ursula von der Leyen or Keir Starmer or Joe Biden. No, it's none of them. They're just puppets. They are just the ones advocating for this nonsense. I do not know who these people are that are actually calling the shots because they operate in the shadows. They do not hang their face in a camera and, you know, advocate for all of this nonsense that will ultimately strip us of everything we once held dear in our society, which is freedom, democracy, the rule of law, freedom of speech, and most of all, the free individual. That is what our societies are based on. And they're taking it all, or trying to take it all away from us. But that's the good news. they made big mistakes. Big mistakes. Especially during this pandemic, this COVID madness. I mean, can you imagine a virus so deadly you actually need a test to find out that you have it? It is ridiculous. And all of these false positive tests, you never felt a thing. That's how it was with me. I recovered from that positive PCR test quite nicely. I didn't have a single symptom. But yes, yet I was treated as though I was just killing everyone around me. I wasn't even sneezing, no runny nose, no nothing. But they did that. They did that to all of us. And again, they did it in our Western democracies. Now, would you have ever thought that you would see a time where fundamental rights, the basis of every democracy, is being turned into privileges? Privileges that the government can grant or withhold depending on how you behave. Sorry, that's how you treat dogs. When dogs behave properly, they get a sweet, right? You just kind of acknowledge you did good and you get a candy or whatever it is. That's what they were doing with us. They were telling us, well, if you just behave properly and if you do whatever we tell you to do, then you might get some of your freedom back. Well, no, thank you. Because the point is simply this. No one, absolutely no one grants me freedom, for I am free. So in my message I have to the globalitarian misanthropists and their puppets, stick it. You can stick it where the sun doesn't shine. I do not give a crap about what kind of agenda you would like to implement. The only agenda that you are supposed to implement is freedom, democracy, the rule of law, government of the people, for the people, and by the people. But they're trying it anyway. And how are they trying that? Well, first, or what we're seeing now is they're stealing our identity. And when I say identity, I mean the very identity we all have. Whether it's the national identity, cultural identity, they won't even shy away from stealing our sexual identity. Our sexual identity is what makes us into who we are, down to the very core. And I do have some news for you. For all of those that advocating for this transgender madness. No, you cannot change your biological sex. You simply can't. It is impossible. What you can do is you can dress up as the other sex. You can hack up your body. You can mutilate your body to kind of resemble the other sex. But you will never, ever in your entire life actually be a member of the other sex. And talking about that, I mean, you know, the question is actually become quite satirical at this point. The question, what is a woman? And no one seems to be able to answer that question. It's actually quite simple. Look at me, I'm a woman. And I do not need to pass as a woman because I am a woman, point blank. And I really like being a woman. And the more they're trying to shame me for being a woman, the more I love to display my female attributes. I'm celebrating it and I'm loving it. And as we're talking about this, you know, just look what they're doing to women. And, you know, they're invading our spaces, these wannabe women, right? And wasn't this whole feminist movement, you know, equal rights for women and all of that, wasn't it all about overcoming stereotypes? Wasn't that what it was all about? To come to the understanding there is actually no such thing as a typical woman, so to overcome these stereotypes. Now look at these wannabe women. How do they dress? That is so disgusting. They have the kinkiest dresses, short as heck, you know, the butt's probably sticking out, boobs like this, hair down to their, butt. Yeah, I was going to say butt. But this is, in principle, they're mocking women. That is what they're doing. And when we're talking about them invading women's sports, you've seen during the Olympics, I mean, there used to be a point in time, yeah, you do not beat up on women. Every little boy was taught, you do not hit girls. You just don't. Now they're being rewarded. They put medals on their throats for literally beating women into the hospital. That is their understanding of kindness and tolerance. I'm terribly sorry. That is not kind. It is despicable. And to all of those actually invading women's sports, because probably they failed at men's sports, I have a message for you too. It's actually a very simple one. Women with penis are men with no balls. It's as simple as that. But here we are expected to affirm their nonsense. And you know what? I really don't care how you identify, if you're a man or a woman or a refrigerator or a dog, or I really do not care. Feel as whatever you want to feel like. But you do not have the right to make me a part of your sick delusion. You do not. You absolutely do not. But this is only just one aspect of this sick agenda. We are being, they're literally push it down our throats. I mean, the climate change, you know. By the way, we're actually all dying today, just in case you hadn't noticed. I mean, the sun is shining, you know, we're like above 30 degrees, I think. And apparently nowadays this is deadly. It is deadly. And I was just in Toronto, you know, due to the weather, the nice weather, sunshine, you know, actually really warm. They closed down the public swimming pools because it wasn't safe for people to be at a public swimming pool in the summertime. Seriously? Are you freaking kidding me? What are you doing? What are you doing? And I was just given a couple of buttons. It read, I love carbon dioxide because it's the earth's food. It's the food of the earth. Totally. Since when did that turn into, you know, this lethal gas that we are to avoid by all means? I mean, they literally put it in our water bottles to make it bubbly. Why would they do that if it was so lethal? Right? Think about that for a second. They put it in our water bottles. Dang, that must be really a really dangerous gas. But I could go on and on and on about all of this. Next thing, I mean, mass migration. It's actually an illegal mass invasion at this point. Especially, we're seeing that in Germany, especially. And, you know, it is bullshit. Thank you. That was a nice cue. Yeah, it is bullshit. So what we were told in Germany is like, well, you know, we need qualified workers. Really? And that's what you give us? They barely have the knowledge of a fourth grader. They are not fit to be or to do qualified work in our society. Then we were told, well, one day they're going to pay our pension. You know what? They actually might have had a point to that. Because by the time that most Germans will actually reach the time to be entitled to have a pension, they're probably dead. Killed by these random knife attacks. You know, these are happening in Germany, random knife attacks. No longer on a daily basis, we are talking hourly basis here. There is like 13, 14, 15 random knife attacks everywhere all over Germany. You are no longer safe anywhere in Germany. That is just a fact. A fact. I'm not only am I not allowed to talk about it, let alone complain about it, because then I'm being labeled a racist, a xenophobe, an Islamophobe, whatever. And that too, of course. Thank you. But the point is this, you know, this term Islamophobia, this is so sickening, actually. You know, a phobia is some kind of a irrational fear you're experiencing. So actually what they're saying is you're mentally sick. You're experiencing, you know, an irrational fear. Well, I got a message for you guys up there, making or labeling me Islamophobe. Point blank, I am not afraid of Islam. I'm not. The ones that cater to Islam, they're the ones that are afraid of Islam because they don't dare to speak up against Islam. They are the ones being afraid of it. I'm not afraid of Islam. I do, however, detest Islam in its nature of being a dehumanizing, misogynistic, totalitarian ideology. And I'm well within my right to say that. And I'm well within my right to fight a totalitarian ideology like Islam. And I will continue to do that. I do not want Islam in my country. I simply don't. But once again, they're just doing that and selling it off as, you know, the kind thing to do, that we import millions and millions of young men in fighting age. What they're actually doing is they're destabilizing our societies. And once again, here we go. They're stealing our identity, our national identity, our cultural identity. They want to get rid of all of that. Because you are no longer supposed to have an identity. You are no longer supposed to have any roots, let alone to have a family that you can count on. Because families are really a danger to their totalitarian aspirations. Because if you have a family that you can fall back on, that you can rely on, that will hold you up, that will support you, then the state, the government, does not have any chance to continue to gaslight you. They will fail. And that is how totalitarian regimes work, how communism works, which is kind of a totalitarian system, if you ask me. The first thing they always do is they destroy the family. They say, well, women, they need to go to work. Because if you don't work, then you are not worth anything. You need to make your own money. You need to become independent. But it leads actually to the fact that the family is being annihilated. And I've seen that in GDR, Eastern Germany. Oh yeah, these women had children, and 3 months after birth, they went right back to work. And what did they do with their kids? They didn't leave them with grandparents or anything because they were working too. No, state-controlled daycare centers. Because they need to get them young. They need to infiltrate their brains and gaslight them from a very young age. That is how you build totalitarianism. Look to what happened during the Cultural Revolution in China. There were children gladly ratting out their own parents to the authorities. And often, they were actually the ones to execute the death sentence on their own parents. This is what totalitarianism does, ladies and gentlemen. They steal everything from you. And they need to infiltrate your very thinking. And that, by the way, is actually the difference between totalitarianism and a dictatorship. A dictator, all he is concerned about is just to stay in power. And to stay in power, yes, he will take drastic measures. He will punish you, but when it all comes down to it, what you really think about him, he doesn't care. He couldn't care less. You're not allowed to speak. You're not allowed to say what you think about him, but he doesn't care what you think. Totalitarianism, on the other hand, they have to even streamline the thinking of every single individual in that society. It goes down to the very thoughts that you hold. It's called brainwashing. It's called gaslighting. That is what totalitarianism actually does to you. And I mean, you know, George Orwell, 1984, it was supposed to be a warning. It wasn't supposed to be a blueprint. It certainly wasn't. That's probably not surprising that in a lot of schools in Germany, 1984 is actually banned from the schools. They don't want students to read that story anymore. Why? It's hitting too close to home. Too close to home. But anyway, just looking at all of these programs, what we are seeing is literally annihilating our free and liberal societies. Like I said, they want to destroy our individuality. They want to destroy the free individual. And the free individual is the basis of our democracy. And I was just speaking a couple of days ago in Calgary at a church, and as I was speaking on the stage, it suddenly occurred to me, it is actually an attack on our Christian values. That's what it is. Because God gave us free will. But free will can only be exercised by free individuals. And if you're no longer a free individual, and you are no longer not even an individual anymore, then you cannot no longer exercise free will. It is an attack on our Christian values. And that, I will say, for as long as it takes for people to understand, we need to defend our Christian values. That is the basis of our kindness, of our tolerance, and loving thy neighbor, forgiveness of sins, and eternal life. That's the basis. And I will defend it. For as long as I stand, I will defend it. But that is their despicable agenda. And here's the scariest part about this all. It's not just happening in Canada. It's not just happening in Germany or Great Britain or France or Italy or what have you not. It is happening in every single Western democracy. And that is scary. We've seen it during COVID. They literally all read from the same script, down to the same words. You need to stay home, build back better, no one is safe until everyone is safe, and get the mRNA injection, no jab, no job. Down to the same words in all of these countries, all of the Western democracies. Now it makes you kind of wonder, why didn't they do that in China? They didn't need to. China already was a totalitarian regime. Why didn't they do that and push that agenda this hard in North Korea? Didn't need to. It was already a totalitarian regime. But they had to do it in the Western democracies. And again, had it been, one country or two or maybe three countries going rogue and imposing all of these restrictions, undermining our fundamental rights, had it been one, two, or maybe three or four, maybe even four countries, then the people, they could have hoped eventually another country will step in. and put a stop to this. But who do you think is coming now? Who do you think is going to bail us out now? I hear Jesus. I was more thinking along the lines of a worldly figure, but Jesus, I will go with Jesus. Yeah, but no, who is going to come and bail us out? I'm telling you, no one. This time around, no one is going to come and bail us out. So what are we left with? Us. It is us. We have to stand up. We have to tell them no more of this, and we need to retake the power that they have stolen from us. And I really have to say, I have dedicated my life to do just that. And they can hate me as much as they want. They can call me any name in the book. I don't care anymore. I really don't. And the times where I exchanged verbal flowers and chocolates, done. I am so done with this. They're getting it from me straight. And yeah, I can be hurtful at times, but that's exactly what they need to hear. And I'm giving it to them. But, as I said in the beginning, it is really uplifting to be among like-minded people. That is so important. Because feeling all of that backlash, like I said, being called all kinds of names in the book, whatever, murder, what have you not, actually being around people that have actually retained their mental sanity, that is so refreshing and it is so uplifting. And there is a saying in Germany, it goes, home is where you do not have to explain yourself. And I'm telling you, being here, I do not have to explain myself. So I guess this is home. This is home. So after, giving you a whole overview of what they're actually doing, and when it comes right down to it, they are, got a buck here, they are about to destroy our way of life, our societies, our individuality. They are destroying us as free individuals, and they kind of have to, because what their plan is, they want to transform our once free, liberal, and open societies where we were all free individuals having free will. They want to transform it into some kind of a mindless collective where everyone is merely a part of this malleable mass that they get to shove around any which way they like. And if you think that in the future you will have free choice of what your occupation is going to be, forget that. You will be told what you have to do. Because the ones that make the decisions, they don't need any free will. They don't need free individuals. They need slaves. And that's what they have in store for us, unfortunately. Unless we have events like that, unless we have people like us that actually stand up and do something about it. And now maybe I've been asked about that. There is some talks that Carney is engaging in, and it pertains to possibly becoming part of the EU. Well, there is some advice I can give you. Run. Run as fast and as far away as possible. If you really think that the EU is like this democratic haven, forget it. The EU, it's the most not only undemocratic, the most anti-democratic structure I have ever come across. It starts just in the way they interact with each other. It has nothing to do with freedom, democracy, and the rule of law. It has nothing to do with implementing the will of the people. The EU institutions is hell. Hell. I'm actually sitting in the biggest nut asylum in the world. They are. They are so beyond reason, you have no idea. You really have no idea. So if you think it's bad in Canada now, no, you just wait. You just wait until Brussels gets a stronghold of Canada. Don't do it. Fight it with everything you've got. That is my advice to you. And on another note, you know, apparently the Canadian government now made out Donald Trump to be this evil person who is trying to kind of, I don't know, like, you know, fighting Canada or whatever. Well, if you think, or I mean, Carney may have even said as much, that the EU, the European Union is going to help us, going to help you, and is going to help defend your country. This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. You know what the European military looks like? You know what the military in the member states of the EU look like? Well, Ursula von der Leyen, she used to be the German Secretary of Defense. She turned our military into a ridiculous daycare center because it was more important for kids to be watched than to actually train soldiers on defending our country. This is what she did. She also decided, so we decommissioned a whole line of tanks. There was nothing wrong with the tanks. They weren't like old or, you know, rusty or didn't work anymore. There was absolutely nothing wrong with these tanks. Yet, we took out an entire line of our tanks. You want to know why? Because, brace yourselves, because highly pregnant women wouldn't fit in them. Yeah, you heard that right. I mean, on what planet would I need to fit a highly pregnant woman in a tank and go off to warfare? On what planet would you do that? It is totally ridiculous. And this is what Carney, or that's who Carney is thinking is going to help defend you guys? Seriously? No. Never, ever. So, what I'm really trying to tell you is pretty much stay yourselves, fight this ridiculous government that is sitting in Ottawa, stand up for your country, defend your country. You have the most beautiful country I have seen, especially here in Alberta. It is so beautiful. You really need to make sure you do not lose that. And I guess that brings us to, you know, I read online, some idiot put out a tweet about you guys bringing out a far-right German politician to support this separatist movement. Truth be told, I didn't even read the tweet. I didn't even know who the guy was that tweeted that. Yeah, I know by now, but not worth mentioning. So anyhow, I mean, truth be told, I didn't even know there was a separatist movement in Alberta. So no, I did not come out here to specifically support the separatist movement in Alberta. I should have known about it before I could have even done that. But since we are here now, allow me a few words on that subject. that is a decision that is entirely up to the Albertan people. You need to have a conversation about that, a debate and a discussion about that. And then you need to make a decision. And whatever decision you take, it is absolutely has to be respected by everyone. Because remember, it's government of the people, for the people, and by the people. And you are the people. So you are entitled and have the right to make that decision. It is even enshrined in the statutes of the United Nations. Every people have the right to determine their own fate. And if a people comes to the conclusion that what they have been what they have been dealt and what they have to put up with, that they no longer want to put up with this, then yes, it is their right to say thanks, but no thanks. We want to go our own way from now on. And if the Albertan people take that decision, then yes, I absolutely support you in that effort, and you go and get your independence. Thank you very much. You guys rock. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. A big round of applause for Christine Anderson. Thank you. So I have one announcement. There is a little girl who came here with her grandfather, and she is down in the vendor area and cannot find her grandfather. So if you are the grandfather, please go and find your granddaughter. Okay? Well, if you brought your granddaughter and you don't have her with you, it might be yours. I don't want to give the name away. So, what the agenda for the rest of today, there will be music over in the pavilion on the other side of the vendor tents. The vendors will be open till what time tonight? Till 9? Okay. So there will be activities all evening. And finally, when it is dark enough, there will be a movie, The Homesteaders, projected on that screen for you. I would really like to call on Max from freedomcalendar.net. He's going to speak a bit about where you can find the live stream of today's recording.
I know some people here. That's awesome. That's awesome. How you guys doing there? Getting roasted now? French fries. So I just want to announce that the video that we're making today will be showcasted on YouTube, Rumble, X, Facebook Live, and Telegram as well too. It should be available by let's say in the weekend, like in the weekend this weekend as well too. It will be two pieces. One is going to be the speakers they'll handle here, and the other will be the music that's going to be held over there as well too. So if you have any questions, let me know. We'll be able to get into the social media account. I see a lot of people here with their cell phones trying to capture the audio and the video and that sort of thing. What's going to come out of that is nothing you're ever seen. Just a matter of fact, the audio that's coming, you're going to see on the weekend, comes directly from the mixer. No distortion, no bullshit. It's going to be straight from the source. Also, I see a lot. I just want to ask you this question. How many of you are under 35 and under? Raise your hand if you're under 35 and under. Real 35, not 35 plus 30. 35 and under. Raise your hand if you're under 35 and under. So my task to those here is to bring those to those freedom meetings, your kid, your nephew, your niece, your grandfather, your granddaughter, grandkid, whatever, what have you, bring into those freedom meetings. It's very important because I've seen the infiltration in universities. It's not pretty. Thanks for coming.
So in closing, I just want to remind everyone that the future of this province is in your hands. And whether we are part of this country of Canada in 30 years, or we are a free, independent republic in 30 years, I do know that one day your grandchildren are going to look at you and ask what you did to help secure Alberta's freedom. So please, let's work tirelessly over the next 18 months to make our dreams a reality. On behalf of the Whistle Stop Cafe, thank you all for attending. Can I say one little word? Come up here. On behalf of the Whistle Stop Cafe, thank you so much for attending. Stick around their activities all evening.
Yeah, Christine felt badly about walking away. She wanted to see more people and say hello to more people. We just had to get her out of the sun, in the shade, sitting down at a chair, but she will be over in the vendor area at the t-shirt booth if you want to come and talk to her. She just wanted to make clear to people that she really wanted to stay, but we were like, you need to get out of the sun and sit down. She's been going all day. Thanks, guys.
Once again, on behalf of the Whistle Stop Cafe, thank you very much for attending. Happy Alberta Day!